What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. I hope you guys are doing well. Once again, we are blessed and highly favored to wake up another day, open our eyes, and be a part of the earth for whatever it is. Blessings to all your family members, friends, and loved ones. Please don't forget to get yourself checked, and don't forget to check on your loved ones. And because you never know. Um, it is Saturday. It's partly cloudy. But in the New York area, it's supposed to be going up to a high of 50 degrees. However, it's not quite what you think it is. Apparently, even though it'll go up to a high of 50 degrees, it's not going to feel like 50 degrees because the weather's fugazi right now. Anyway, but let's see what we got going on, folks. Currently 44 degrees. Like I said, going up to a high of 50. And then tomorrow, which I don't know, I'm not too happy about because we just got over the snow, right? The warmer temperatures came and we finally got some rain to wash away all the dirty snow that's been around. It's starting to look like a city again, and now we're getting more snow. So apparently there's a little nor'easter happening tomorrow. Uh who knows how much we're going to get? It could be 6 inches for most parts of New York, or more. Certain areas might get 12 inches depending on where you're at. And it's like we're right back where we were. I don't know. I can't deal. I know it's the winter time. I know snow happens and we've been fortunate not to get it, but I don't know. I think this last snow, the dirty snow, just lasted too long. I think that's what it is. Like we've been spoiled because each time it has snowed, it just hasn't stayed around a long time in the past. But this year, it's been different. So, anyway, tomorrow, high of 46, snowing. Monday, maybe some more snow flurries, depending on how when the snow starts. It could bleed into Monday, and so we'll see. High of 39. Tuesday, sunny, high of 37. Wednesday, looks like snow flurries, high of 38. And then Thursday, rain, high of 49. And Friday, sunny, high of 46. And I'll go one more because Saturday, apparently, it's supposed to be sunny and high of 52. I don't know. You can't make this stuff up. That's the weather, folks. All right. And let me see. Let me flip to the word of the day, folks. Where are we? All right. This quote is by Gita Bellin. Experience is determined by yourself, not the circumstances of your life. That was quick and simple. Experience is determined by yourself, not the circumstances of your life. So keep that in mind, folks. Once again, making a way through life is your own journey, and whatever you learn from it is your own experiences. And that's it. Like, you gotta make your way through, whatever adversity or whatever life, puts in front of you. There's a way to get out of it. Things are not easy, but there's a way. It may take some time, it may take some help, but there's a way. Drinking my little cup of Joe or Joanne. This is a pinky up, a peppermint white chocolate mocha. Mm-hmm. That's foofy. That's how I'm feeling. Yeah, Cribs, that you funny. I was actually going to say that. uh, sometimes you got to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. Okay, you know what it is. Anyway, all right. And shout out to Crim's dad. Appreciate you, my guy. Member of the SKF Army. Salute. So here's the thing. So the thing is, the New York Knicks are a complex team, folks. Nothing's ever simple. Nothing's ever easy. Everything is a work in progress. And there's always, it's one of those things where you just kind of always have to, roll with the punches, man. As a Knicks fan, there's going to be issues. There's going to be struggles. There's going to be disappointments. And there's always going to be expectations. But the New York Knicks are a team that needs to be consistent. They need to develop their rhythm. And sometimes it doesn't always happen out the gate. Right? It is unfortunate that the Knicks had to go into playing the Detroit Pistons right after coming off the All-Star break. Not only do you have a new player that has joined the team in Jeremy Sohan, you're also getting OG Anunoby back. Guys, gals, y'all all know this. We watched the Knicks all year and for the last couple years. What you could automatically say to yourself, knowing that OG Anunoby comes back, is that he was going to be rusty. No doubt about it. I tell you this every time OG gets hurt. As soon as he comes back, he stinks. He's got to develop his rhythm again because he doesn't have it. And this has been ever since we've had OG. Every time, he gets hurt, he comes back, he has no rhythm. I mean, it was expected. Fine. Jeremy Sohan in the time that he was out there, I think he looked pretty good. Especially there was moments where he looked really good. I mean, he had that nice court, full court defense on Cade Cunningham and got the block shot. And I think you can see the potential of what he can lend to this team. I mean, his defense is really good. And once he gets more comfortable and is out there and getting his own rhythm of just playing with the guys and knowing where he needs to be or who he needs to help, because that's key. You're going to see that Sohan is a welcome addition to this team, and the Knicks will be a lot better for it. But as I said, the Knicks are a team. We're not an old team, but we almost play like an old team. We're a team that, like, you got to put a little WD-40 in the joints, and it just is what it is. We can act like we're young, we got podcasts and stuff. We're fashionable. Guys go out on the town with their ladies and stuff like that whenever they do. Yeah, but we're a little, compared to these other teams that are all a little younger and move a little better, we are older team, even though we're like mid tier. We're not the oldest team. We're like somewhere in the middle to the top end of age, middle to the top now, because things have changed and these other teams are getting younger and younger because they were bad. So they drafted players and they're younger than us. So the Knicks just need a little, they need a little time to kind of get their engine going. They need a little oil in the joints, and that just is what it is. And that's how they play. And that's how they've been. That being said, there is no excuse for being beat by the Pistons 2 different times, getting smacked by them. And then now they're coming into the Garden. You got the fans behind you. You are getting OG back. You have a new addition in Sohan, a defensive addition, mind you, and OG coming back as a defensive person. And then you go up against a Pistons team with Cade Cunningham. And look, I'm not trying to put down the Pistons because they've been playing great all year and they've shown what their metal. They've shown their stones, right? But the bottom line is, look at the roster, right? They have Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, okay, Isaiah Stewart, okay, and the rest of these guys are in essence role players, right? You got no other star players on this team. They're role players, and some roles have been. All of these guys have been starters for convenience, but mostly bench players, except for Duncan Robinson, who was a starter for a while, but even he lost favor with Miami, relegated to the bench, and then after all that, then he was, he got up out of there. So, as I said, I'm not trying to put them down. I'm just saying this is what it is. Like, this is what they have. Cade Cunningham. They had no Isaiah Stewart. They had sorry, they had no Isaiah Stewart. They had no Jalen Duren. And they still wound up beating the Knicks by almost 20. If not, I don't even know what the final score is now off the top of my head. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second, guys. Let me search through the Googles and see what it tells me about what recently happened with these New York Knicks and Detroit Pistons. 126, 111. Okay. All right. So 15 points. But still, it felt like it was 20. I know at one point they were up by 20. So 15 points. That is still a very comfortable victory. Very comfortable. No question about it. In this game, you had Tobias Harris, who chipped in 11 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. That's Tobias Harris. Like, this is who Tobias Harris is these days. He's no longer the guy who will drop, high 20s or even a 30, back in the day in his younger days with Philadelphia. This is who he is now. So he gave them exactly what you would expect. Fine. Ausar Thompson, who's not really a scorer, chipped in 10 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals. That's an Ausar Thompson game. That's what you expect. I wouldn't expect nothing more, and pretty much right around that. Then you have Paul Reed, who played 30 minutes, chipped in 18 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks. Let me tell you something right now. I am not knocking Paul Reed, but I've seen Paul Reed, okay? And I will say that Paul Reed has gotten better since he's been a part of Detroit. For whatever reason, I think he's finally found a place where he likes being, and they enjoy having him there. They respect him, and he's playing his heart out for Detroit. This is the best I've ever seen Paul Reed, because this was not Paul Reed with the 76ers. He was okay here and there, but he was talking a lot more, and he never backed it up. Now he's playing the way he was talking. Still, with Mikal Bridges out there, and I'm not saying that Paul Reed is their matchup, but I'm saying with Mikal Bridges out there, with OG Anunoby out there, with Mitchell Robinson out there, with Karl Anthony Towns out there, with the addition of Jeremy Sohan, should Paul Reed be scoring 18 points? You know what I mean? I don't know. Let me continue. Then you had Cade Cunningham, who had 42 points, 13 assists, and 8 rebounds. Listen, my fellow Knicks fans, I've said this already. I said it. I think I hinted at it here. I definitely said it on another show. Cade Cunningham, you guys might not want to, believe it. Cade Cunningham is better than Jalen Brunson, right? And it's not because of anything other than the fact that he is a different style of player. He and Tyrese Halliburton are very similar. Tyrese Halliburton is more perimeter based. Cade Cunningham can be perimeter based, but he's more downhill. But everything else, they are very similar. They are guys who have great court vision, and they know how to pass the ball. And that's been Cade coming out. That's the reason why he was a high draft pick. That's just who they are. Over time, even in college, he was a good scorer. He's become a great scorer. Now, as I told you guys before, I'm not changing anything that I've said. I said this. I don't know if people remember it. I said Cade Cunningham is better than Jalen Brunson as far as an all-around basketball player. But if you told me today I'm starting an NBA team and it's my choice is between Cade Cunningham and Jalen Brunson, I'm taking Jalen Brunson. Maybe call it, homer bias because he's on our team now, but it's the extra stuff that Jalen Brunson, as far as that intangible, that clutch gene, that thing that I feel like is something that really is important for a team. And people right now, we're dealing with regular season time. You don't really see, like, Jalen Brunson has great games and great seasons and all this stuff. You don't really see the best of Jalen Brunson until we get into the playoffs. Then you really start to appreciate him. Granted, I know that last year the Indiana series was not a good one, but look at Jalen Brunson's playoff history. The Boston series, the Detroit series, the series prior to that, years prior to that, he steps up in the playoffs. He has his best numbers. He has better numbers in the playoffs than in the regular season, point blank, period. So that's the type of stuff that I look at when I look at Jalen Brunson and say, that's why I want him on my team. That's why if I had started a team right now and getting these guys obviously in their prime, young, whatever, I would take Jalen Brunson over Cade Cunningham. Knowing how good Cade Cunningham is, I would still take Jalen Brunson because just there's something about that intangible, that little extra X factor that when things are going well, that's what I'm looking for. I did say when things are going well. So you hope you can build a good team that things will be going well. Either way. But so that's kind of what we dealt with and saw in that game. Duncan Robinson finished with 9 points. Ronald Holland had 7 points. Denise Jenkins had 8 points. So and Javonte Green had 9 points. Oh, Karis LeVert also had 8 points. All these dudes is role players, by the way. And even the player who used to be a star in Tobias Harris is now a role player. I mean, that's just who he is. Right? Is what it is. Then we go to the Knicks. The Knicks got 8 points and 4 blocks. First off, the 4 blocks is great from OG, coming back and dealing with a missing a toenail. But he was 3 for 13, 1 for 8 from 3. Like I said, you can expect it. Let's move on. Excuse me. Josh Hart, 11 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. I mean, if there was anything I could say about Josh Hart that could have been better, is just the effort on the boards. Detroit is not necessarily a huge, big team, tall team. So I think Josh could have got a little bit more active on the boards, right? Karl Anthony Towns, finished 7 for 14, 50% from the field, and 1 for 4 from 3, 25%. Not going to make a big deal about the shooting. 21 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal. Only had 3 fouls, stayed out of foul trouble. Didn't have any blocks, but, that happens if it does, it does. Okay. Mikal Bridges had 8 points, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, no assist. And, one of the things about Mikal's game this year, we saw that he was moving the ball a lot, getting some good assists and really helping, orchestrate the offense. Nothing in this game. Jalen Brunson finished with, as much as people want to say, he's not moving the ball. He's just looking to be a scorer. I saw a highlight on X where the guy was saying, you see the difference? This is what Cade Cunningham does, and this is what Jalen Brunson does in this situation. See how Cade Cunningham passed this ball? Do you think Jalen Brunson would have passed it? Well, I mean, still, for someone that you say is more of a scorer, Jalen Brunson finished with 33 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals. You talk about him all the time like this and this and this, and he doesn't play defense, and he's only 6'2" or whatever, and maybe he's even smaller than that. The guy had 6 rebounds. Josh Hart had 4 rebounds, 6'4", and a good rebounder. Jalen Brunson had more rebounds than Josh Hart. Doesn't pass the ball. He finished with 8 assists. Now, granted, I'm only talking about certain things. Don't worry, I'm coming back to Jalen. Landry Shamet finished with 15 points. Really, he contributed well because they needed something extra just to be able to stay in the game a little bit. 15 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block. Then you have Mitchell Robinson, who played 19 minutes. Now, all right. He played 19 minutes. He had 7 points, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, 1 block. It's not a bad game, but it's not a good enough game. You understand what I'm saying? He played 19 minutes, had 7 points and 6 rebounds. Don't you think that, looking at this team and knowing what we're dealing with and rebounding being a big part of what this team's makeup is, I think that Mitchell Robinson should have been out there longer, especially coming off of All-Star break. You didn't play a game in almost a week. You should be fresh. You shouldn't worry about minutes restrictions. I think he could have played, instead of 19 minutes, he could have played anywhere from 24 to 25 minutes. And it would have been warranted. And it would have also used our advantage against Detroit because they didn't have Jalen Duren. They didn't have Isaiah Stewart. Just a thought. So I think we just needed more from Mitchell Robinson, which might have required more time. I don't want to get on him for getting 6 rebounds in 19 minutes. I just think that we needed to have him out there longer. So he could have given us maybe 10 rebounds or 11 rebounds, but we needed more from him, which meant more time. Then you got Jose Alvarado, who played 20 minutes, had 6 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal. I can't really say too much about that because I know how he's being used. So it is what it is. Jeremy Sohan played about 10 minutes, had 2 points, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. Jordan Clarkson didn't play. No Huck Party. Makes sense. And Tyler Kolek didn't play. All right. Oh, by the way, the Knicks finished with 38 rebounds. And the Pistons finished with 44 rebounds. We got out-rebounded by a Pistons team with no Isaiah Stewart and no Jalen Duren. Nice. So these are the type of things that I look at and I say, what the hell's wrong with this team, right? What is the problem? Because after being beat the way we were beat the first 2 times, knowing that they have suspension issues with no Isaiah Stewart, no Duren, we go out there. Not only do we not win, we lose, and we lose by 15 points. You can't make this stuff up. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know like how much more does this Knicks team need to understand the importance of playing top-notch basketball versus a Detroit Piston team that has been, basically stealing your lunch money the whole year. They've just been taking whatever they want from you, and you're not even fighting. And you're at home, mind you, at home in front of the fans, knowing the importance of the game, knowing you have an advantage, and still you get beat by 15 points. I mean, I think that was a disgusting display. I as a fan, I think, I'm glad I wasn't in the building because I would have been sick. It is what it is. I love this Knicks team, but that was just terrible. That was like, I can't say enough about how bad that was. I'm not jumping off the ledge like some other people are, but I will tell you that's terrible. That is a terrible representation of a team, a terrible representation of heart, right? Of will, of the New York grit. That was horrible. That was horrible. I don't know, man. And like I said, I've been kind of even keeled on Mike Brown. Obviously, he's not perfect. He's made mistakes, and I've talked about some of the mistakes he's made or some of the things he's done. But I will say that wasn't a good game for Mike Brown, right? And his team. They didn't look good. You want to say we got out coached? Then I would say, okay, fine. And I'm not saying, people say out coached for whatever reason. I'm not going to say they got out coached because necessarily Bickerstaff did something, that much better than what Brown did. Bickerstaff just went out there and played their game. But I would say he got out coached in the fact that he didn't make the adjustments that he could have to give his team an advantage that we already had. We already had a size advantage or a skill advantage, if you will. You got a team going up against a bunch of role players in Cade Cunningham. We had OG back, and I'm gonna eliminate OG because I feel like he's a wash. You know what I mean? You wasn't gonna get the best of OG. I knew that. You got Cat, you got Jalen Brunson, you got Mikal Bridges, right? We got added defense. I mean, really, they basically won that game because of Cade Cunningham and his 42 points. Jalen Brunson tried to chip in and did his thing. Listen, you can't look, Knicks fans. One thing you can't say is that he didn't give the points that we could have hoped for to keep us in the game. Cade had 42, Jalen had 33. It is what it is, but that 33 is good enough. Problem is, you need other people to step up. And I know that Karl Anthony Towns is a guy who can get hot and put up big number of points depending on how he's used. The 21 points against a team that doesn't have Duren, doesn't have Isaiah Stewart. He's going up against Paul Reed. Sorry, guys. I know. But sorry. That's just not enough. It's not enough. Like, this is when, especially after the fact that we've already been embarrassed by this team twice, you got to go out there, and it's like you're not fighting for your life, but you fighting for an example. You're trying to show these boys, hey, we see you. All right. But this is what it is. This is what you're dealing with. And this is just a taste. When we see you in the playoffs, you're going to see more of this. And I didn't get any of that. I didn't get a sense of any of that New York pride, that New York grit, nothing. And I definitely didn't get a sense of we're the better team. You got us because of circumstances. Things were happening. We didn't have players. We can't even say that anymore. My excuse for saying the last time we played them and got blown out, we didn't have OG and we didn't have Cat because they're very important to our lineup and they're starters. And they just beat us by 15 with no Isaiah Stewart and no Duren. And they're not the same team as far as, overall skill as the Knicks. Defensively, I will say maybe those guys on that team are better defensively than the Knicks from top to bottom. Maybe that's the thing. That's the difference. Like, they're just better defensively all around. But the bottom line is there's no excuse for that. We should have won this game and definitely not have gotten beat by 15, but we should have won. If anything, we should have won by 15. Bad job by Coach Mike Brown. Bad job by not playing Mitchell Robinson enough minutes because he was rested. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. You don't need to play him 19 minutes in after not a week of not playing basketball. What's the point? And the other thing is more effort was needed. Like I said, Josh was needed more on the boards. Everybody. When you got Jalen Brunson giving you 6 rebounds. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. You see that. OG had 0 rebounds in 31 minutes. Like I said, it's tough, but my whole thing is if it's this tough, then don't play, right? Because I will say I don't want to get on OG too much, but it matters because, excuse me, OG gave us no rebounds, no steals, no assists. Okay, fine. I'm not going to make too big a deal about the steals and assists. He had 4 blocks. But if you guys watched the game, did you see OG how he was moving? Did you see how he was jumping? Even on that, I think there was a transition fast break where OG got the ball, and instead of jumping hard to go up and dunk, he laid it up. And you can see he jumped gingerly, like he's trying not to put too much. I mean, he's playing, but obviously that thing hurts, and if you put too much, you're going to feel it. If you can't play, don't play. Against a team like the Pistons, you got to be ready, right? Because they've shown you they're ready. Then what's the point? I appreciate OG trying to make it happen, trying to play, but if at a certain point, you're watching him play, and he can't really jump the way he normally jumps. Then why don't you just say, okay, OG, we want to just get your feet wet a little bit, just get you back into the swing of things. Let's sit you out for the rest of the game and give somebody else some more minutes. Give Sohan some more minutes. Give Mitch some more minutes, right? Who could give us a little bit more effort? Hold on, excuse me. I don't know what it is. Today I decided to get this peppermint mocha with the whipped cream. I don't know if it's. I don't know what it is. But hey, I'm not going to question it too much. This is life. I'm still going to keep getting them, right? You know. But bottom line is, I just don't get it. I don't understand why, Mike Brown is not making those reaction decisions that we thought he would be making, especially in a game like this. Because the whole key to Mike Brown, which made me enjoy the prospect of having him here, was the fact that, hey, he's going to do things a little differently than Tibbs. He's going to make adjustments on the fly. I think this was a night where you make an adjustment on the fly. You say automatically, hey, Mitchell Robinson, we're getting out rebounded. Mitchell needs to be out there a little longer, right? That's one. That's an easy adjustment. Two, hey, OG is out there, and I get it. He's giving us 4 blocks or whatever. I don't know how many, like if you're doing it throughout the game, I don't know how many he had at a certain point, but you're saying to yourself, his shot is not flowing. He's jumping awkwardly. He just doesn't look like he has no rebounds, and he's at the power forward position. Maybe I should sit him and allow somebody else to get some more minutes. I appreciate the effort. We'll bring him back. We're happy to have him. Let's wait for the next game to play him a little longer. That's the type of stuff that I'm looking for. I don't see it. Once again, a poor job by Mike Brown. And then David Smith will love this one. Also, failing to use Karl Anthony Towns to the best of his ability is going to be a continued problem for this Knicks team all season long. It's a combination of both. It's a combination of Cat, right? Struggling on the defensive end, because he did struggle on the defensive end in this game. But it's also a combination of Mike Brown not using this guy the best way. As Cat said in his press conference after the post game, saying, yeah, this is, we have our style of play, our lineup, our offense, and we're going to play it the same way. And Cat's not wrong to say that, because the offense has worked throughout the year. The Knicks have a good record, and they are high in the standings. And when they were winning that win streak, nobody was complaining about how Cat was being used, right? But if you are going to win in the NBA consistently against different teams, different offenses, different defenses, you have to make adjustments. Sometimes you have to go away from your style of play or your normal offense to win the basketball game, especially a game like this against Detroit when everybody's talking and you already got smacked by them twice. Come on, man. Why wouldn't you use Cat differently in this game, knowing they don't have Duren, knowing they don't have Isaiah Stewart? Like, why not? I don't get it. So you got that. You got from the standpoint of the team, let me move on real quick. I just want to say Cat struggled defensively. He was kind of getting picked apart a little bit in this one. That's no doubt. I appreciate his effort for being out there, staying out of foul trouble. But yeah, he was getting cooked. It is what it is. Jalen Brunson also struggled defensively in this game. But he had a really tough matchup. And so I get it. I don't know. All I can say about Jalen Brunson is what he has to do is, I guess he has to believe in his teammates to a fault, even though they didn't really show a lot in this game. Like OG couldn't shoot, McCall did nothing, and Cat did what he did. So maybe Cat was the one person he could have leaned on more, right? But that's it. Like if you look at the rest of, Shamet added what he added, right? Like I said, Jalen Brunson did have 8 assists, but It's like almost like he has to say, I know that we're moving the ball and guys are not knocking down their shots, and I really do need to kind of keep us in it by taking over at certain points. But if this team is going to win games consistently going forward, I got to keep, working the offense. I got to keep finding my guys and put them in a position to try to make it happen. And we just got to keep believing in each other. I think it's almost better in a game like this. No, this is not the perfect game. In a game where you know that everything is stacked up against you, I think you got to work through your offense and figure out how to make it work. So even if you don't get it where you need to be, if you get some good stuff happening in the fourth quarter, whatever, but it should set you up for the next game so you can get back to playing the way you're supposed to play. So you can not have losing streaks. You know what I mean? You have one bad game where you take a loss, but if you work the game the way you're supposed to, the next game will be better. And that's on the coach too. It's not just Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's going to go out there and do what he's the scorer. He's the number one. And not for nothing, as much as we get on him for being this guy and all that, he's the guy. Because Cat, unfortunately, is not the guy right now. It may not be his fault. It could be Mike Brown's offense and what's happening, how they're looking for him. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, when we look at the numbers, he's not putting up the points. So where are the points going to come from? Macau's not doing it consistently. OG, unfortunately, every time he gets hurt, he goes back down to square one. And nobody else on the team is going to score that way. So it comes down to Jalen Brunson. It's a problem. It's a problem. It's an issue that this team is going to have to deal with because we're only facing it with Detroit. We're facing Houston today for the first time. We're going to face OKC in the near future. But those are the type of teams that are going to play them like this. You saw what happened when we played Phoenix that first time. Like, this is what we're going to face. And they got to figure it out or they're not going to win. It's just bottom line, they're not going to win if they don't figure something out and start playing better basketball all around, believing in each other and being able to, separate from what's not working and try something different. That's on Mike Brown. That is 100% on Mike Brown, and the players will follow his lead. But he needs to step up and do something different because this is embarrassing. That loss was embarrassing. I was more embarrassed with that loss than the other two. The first one, I chalk it up to the Knicks because we saw how the Knicks were playing. They weren't playing good basketball during that time. And Detroit was like one of their first tests during that time. I think it was Detroit and maybe Orlando around that time, which were big tests for the Knicks. And we just weren't ready. So I chalked that up to not being ready. The second time around, we were playing great, but then we had guys out. It is what it is. The Knicks are just not that good to be able to. Every next man up is not next manning up. They're just not doing it. This game, no excuse. No excuse whatsoever. I'm sorry. I can't come up with one. And if I did, I would be wrong. No excuses. So shout out to all you Detroit people because I know you're happy. Good for you. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not going to say wait till the playoffs. The playoffs is different. Listen, if the Knicks keep playing the way they're playing right now, the playoffs is going to be the same thing. So I will rather wait to see the Knicks start playing different basketball and understand that they're going to make a change when they have to make a change. That's what I want to see. I'm not going to even give you that. Wait till the playoffs. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not happy with what I saw. I'm not happy with how the coach coached the team. And most importantly, I'm just not happy with the fact that I just felt like it's a lack of honor, like going out there and letting these guys beat you on your home court a third time, smacking you by at least 15 points or more. Like, whatever. I just can't deal. I don't like it. So it is what it is, man. Tonight we got Houston, and so that's going to be another interesting test. Hopefully the Knicks will have learned something from that Detroit game and play better. But we'll see. We'll see. But definitely there's some issues there. Mikal Bridges, I mean, what is going on with Mikal, man? And unfortunately, it's like the book is out on Mikal. Even his defense, people are starting to realize that Mikal, like in the one-on-one defense, he's just not as strong as he was in the past. He's a good help defender right now, but a one-on-one, he's getting beat. And I don't know why. I mean, this is his thing. That's what he held his hat on. That's his thing. Yeah. Right now, it looks like the best defender on this team is OG Anunoby, hands down. Right now, maybe Sohan will be the second best defender or have moments where he looks like the best defender the more he plays. But even Mitch has been having moments where he is not looking like Mitch but I don't want to take too much away from Mitch because I know Mitch is kind of he's becoming like a little streaky, and maybe it's because of the fact that he doesn't play every game, but we're just not seeing that same defense, every time he plays. So it has moments of it. So, and then he can have a game where he just comes out and he's a demon, but we don't always see it the same way. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of that, the play restrictions. I don't know. But right now, the Knicks need to get it together. They need to figure out a way and just, no more bullshit. Sorry. I don't like to use the words, but that's it. That's it. Let's move on, man. No more. No more. Let's go out there and play. I don't even want to hear no excuses. I don't want to hear the coach tell me a whole bunch of stuff. I don't want to hear the players have to answer and tell, well, this and this and this. Yeah, we played bad. That's it. We got to play better the next game. I don't want to keep talking about it. If I was a player, I'd be like, listen, you guys know what happened. You saw the game. We sucked. Like, we got to be better. It was embarrassing, and I don't like it as a person or a player, and I know my team doesn't like it. I got to be better for them, and we got to be better as a unit. That's it. All right, I'm going. I'm getting dressed. I'll see y'all. There's no need for a whole bunch of talk. So anyway, that's it, guys. That's my little spiel for the day when it comes to that. I'm gonna open up the panel and get to my peoples. Obviously, once again, I want to say thank you to everybody who watched last week's show. It was the All-Star edition. We had great content creators that came up. We had really good conversations. And we're getting back to the regularly scheduled programming this week. So obviously, I'll put the link out there if you want to join in, by all means. Let me get to the super chat real quick. Hold on. You know what it is. Shout out to David Smith. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, Mike Brown is the worst Knicks coach of my lifetime. I've never seen a Knicks coach misuse and mismanage such a title contending roster like Brown has. I mean, I hear what you're saying, David. That might be a bit much, but I know your frustration and I get why you're saying it. I don't want to look at everything and say it's all been bad, because we did win 8 games in a row, right? And in those 8 games, the Knicks looked great. Not great. They looked really good and to the point where by the time we got to the 6th win, we started to look really good. And 7 and 8 were, really good. So yeah, and that was still Mike Brown's offense and his defense, and it worked out okay. The problem is, I would say consistency. I would say consistency is the issue. He has to continue to coach in a consistent manner. He has to continue to, use the guys that same way, and he has to be willing to make the adjustments that he said he would do, and that he's been doing in his coaching career. You cannot go out there and see how this Detroit Pistons game was, for example, and notice that you guys have an advantage somewhere and not capitalize on it. You just can't do it. You can't do it. The Knicks got out rebounded. What? I think, what was it? 40. Knicks had 38. They had 44. You know what the difference there is? 6 rebounds. You know who had 6 rebounds? Jalen Brunson. You take away 6 rebounds, the Knicks got out rebounded by 12. Like, really? It's crazy. That's crazy. I know when you go into a Knick game, Jalen Brunson gets a couple rebounds here and there. You expect him to be a person that gets, that's going to get you 6 rebounds, and so you can't depend on that. It's terrible, man. Terrible. All right. Oh, by the way, once again, guys, listen. This is going to be difficult. I don't know. I'm still fighting to see if I can get my X account back. As you guys know, it was hacked. I did create a new X account, which no one can find. I'm going to tell you once again. The X account, and I'll put it in the chat, it is still Knicks fans, and it's all together, right? The old X account had a space in between still Knicks fans. It was a space in between each. This one, it's all together. So if you type in search on X, type in still Knicks fans, all one word, you'll find it. Right now, I've got 6 followers, and I tell you, that's a big difference from 1,700. So X is apparently telling me they can't authenticate my account, so that's why they can't give it back to me. So because they can't prove that it was mine, like because they can't authenticate it, even though I gave them the information. I have an email address associated with it. I have a phone number associated with it. That's still the same. Nah, they can't prove that it's me to give it back to me. So they're saying that I can create a new one. I just find it hard to believe that something run by a billionaire, one of the best tech people that we have. This is the service you get, and this is what you're stuck with. So nice. And way to stop the hacks, by the way. Okay, let me put this invite out there. Right now, I think I'm still, at least, I don't know if it's actually going through. I think I'm still streaming on the old X account that's hacked. Like I got 3 viewers. Maybe that's the old X account. I don't know if it's the new X account. I wasn't able to really change it, so I don't know. So anybody on X who was watching, they would have to come over to YouTube. Sorry, guys. I mean, I hope y'all know. Y'all ain't going to see this, so, but I definitely missed the X viewership. So it is what it is until I can figure this out and fix it. Because right now, even if I streamed it on my new account, there's only 6 followers. So only 6 people would be able to see it. Unless you searched for Still Knicks fans and knew exactly how to find it. So it is what it is. Let me get to the chat and read a couple of things. Let me put this one out there too. All right. So let me do this, right? Because I did say I was going to do this. So before I get, I'm sorry, guys, I got to delay y'all a little longer. Before I get to the Knicks talk, I got to, well, it's still Knicks talk, but I got to deal with this real quick. I said I was going to do this. I got to honor what I said. Get this man in here and let him talk his talk. So hold on. Shout out to everybody in the chat. First off, shout out to Crim's dad. I'm not even going to put it up. Let me run through. Shout out to Crim's dad. Appreciate you. Member of the SKF Army. Walter Blackman, member of the SKF. Kareem, member of the SKF. Salute. Wonder Woman's in the building. Let's go, woman. Good to see you. Andios, NYK in the building. What up, Andios? Hold on. I'm breezing through. Luna Jeans in the building. What up, Luna? Hope you're doing well. I'm waiting. Appreciate you. Obviously, David Smith's in the building. Salute. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports, a member of the SKF Army in the building. Salute. Chris Gotti's here. Knicks fans only in the building. Salute. Give me a second, guys. It's breezing through. Travel Vibes is here. Salute. Dwayne Dennis in the building. Darlene Bryan in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Okay. Sorry. Give me a second. Sherwin's in the building. What up, Sherwin? And I'm just reading what Sherwin said. Why did we get Sohan if we're not going to? It's just the first game, bro. It's one game. Don't worry. Sohan is going to get used. It's just one game. I mean, of course, it's a game against Detroit where you would love to have more. I get it. But don't worry. It's his first game. Anna Grill's in the building. Salute, Anna Grill. Okay, New York City and squad in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. Bricks Nation is here. Salute. B Baller's in the building. Salute. Lena Franklin's in the building, a member of the SKF Army. What up, Lena? And let's go. Sorry. Okay. I'm breezing through. Randu's here. Salute. Member of the SKF Army. And I see you backstage, Randu. Keith Turner. What up, Keith? Good to see you. Jermaine Sims is in the building. Salute. Jersey Shore's in the building. He says, look, Ron, I don't have another 50 years. I hear you, brother. No Caps Life Analyst is in the building. Salute. Michael Jernigan is in the building. Salute. What up? He said Cade is doing what LeBron did early in his career by making everyone around him look good. I hear you. I mean, listen, Cade is a good player. It is what it is. All right. Sorry, guys. Sang Freud's in the building. What up, Sang Freud? Lonnie Meeks is here. Salute. Fritz Alcindor is in the building. NBA Economy Show in the building. Animal Lex is here. Salute, Animal. Nick Yak's in the building. What up, Nick Yak? Geraldine McKiver is in the building. What up, Geraldine, the first lady of Still Knicks fans and the Knicks community? What's going on? Good to see you as always. Kenneth Matthews is here. He says, we are better than y'all talent-wise. No, you're not. I'm not going to give y'all that. I will tell you, y'all better all around, top to bottom defensively. I'll give you that. You're not better talent-wise. I'm not going to say that. Sorry. We can argue till the cows come home, as they say. Mellow Mike is in the building. Salute. What's going on? Member of the SKF Army. Salute. D-Ras is here. Akuma is in the building. Appreciate you. All right. Hold on. Mets, Knicks fans, let's go is in the building. Salute. I'm almost at the bottom, y'all. Hold on. I just want to get through everybody, at least give everybody a quick shout out before we get into this talk, because we're going to be talking. L, damn it, is in the building. Oh, I got to hit one for L. All right. Salute, L. Good to see you. Missed you last week. JT Riddick's in the building. What up, JT? Louisiana Knicks is in the building. What up, my brother? Good to see you. Ron Man, Jay Chosen in the building, and he is backstage waiting. I'll at you, Jay. Good to see you. Sha Powers in the building, one half of Knicks Real Talk. Salute, my brother. Good to see you. Tendrill's in the building. What up, Tendrill? Good to see you. Apollo Williams is in the building. What up, Apollo? Maybe Apollo. He says, Ron, I think the reality is Detroit is a better team. They might be. We're gonna find out. I just hate the fact that we in this situation, because I don't think the Knicks played their best basketball, but it could be because of Detroit. So we got to take it. We got to take it for what it is. Spree J's in the building. What up, Spree J? Leon Mitchell is here. Oh, damn. He says it's over for this team. So unlikable. It needs to be torn down. I mean, I wouldn't say they're unlikable. We like them. We don't like how they're playing. All right. I think that's about it, guys. Ronald Clark is in the building. Salute to you. Yep, I know I didn't get to see that part because I guess I turned it off. But Mike Brown smiling at the end of the game when he was, hugging up on Bickerstaff and all that. Yeah, I get it. People don't love that. I got you. Ridge Island is in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Okay, that's it, guys. All right, so like I said, I promised I was going to do this. Let me, and then I'm not going to do too crazy. This is a Knicks show, so let me do this for a moment, y'all. Just bear with me. Give my guys some time. Trapped in the 90s is in the building. Salute. All right, let me switch this up. Detroit.
Yo.
What's up, brother? Hey, man. One Shot D in the building. Salute to you. Hey, man.
Yeah, salute to you, man.
How you feeling, brother?
Listen, I don't know if everybody thought I was gonna come in here. You invited me back to come back after the game, so I came back, and I was gonna come back win or lose. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I've tortured the Knicks fans already. What I haven't had a chance to do is talk about the game, actually.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, man. Listen, tell me how you feeling. Like I said, the floor is yours. I'm gonna give you this moment, all right? But I do want to keep it funky. It's for now. I'm gonna let you speak, and then I'm gonna switch up and go back to my Knicks stuff. So I know. be it, because I don't want to, like, the longer you up here, the more it's going to be, because Knicks fans is feeling a certain way. They're going to just be going back and forth with you. So I'm going to give you this time to speak, and then I'll move on and bring my Knick people up here. We'll do the Knick thing. But the Detroit time is now, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Just I think no, we got a bunch of guys that are serious and hungry about the game, man. These guys, y'all, I know y'all saying y'all got the experience over us and whatnot, man, but these guys, they play like they don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? And they're mature beyond their years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think Cade is purposely making a statement, not just to y'all, but for the whole NBA. You know what I'm saying? Like, this hasn't been about y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could understand if, like, y'all was the only team we whooped on every time this year. But, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, these kids, they're serious about the game, and they're making a statement to the NBA.
No, I agree with that. I mean, they listen. This is kind of like deja vu all over again in a way. Not necessarily. It's different because of the one-on-ones with the Knicks and Detroit, but this is kind of like watching Cleveland last year. Cleveland, it went the whole season before people started giving Cleveland credit, and all Cleveland did was run through the league. And so it's kind of like deja vu because Detroit has been looking good. Is not yes, we focusing on the Knicks, but Detroit has been playing good against everybody. So I give them credit for that.
Yeah, but we're not the Cleveland Cavaliers, though. Let me switch. Let me correct that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not a team that's flame out, or it's not a team that has a reputation of being a flame out. You know what I'm saying? Now, okay, we got knocked out by y'all in the playoffs last year. But, to a lot of Knicks fans, I'm going to say that series was way closer than y'all ever want to admit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I think I agree with that. But I did say, so if you wasn't around to watch the shows back then that we were doing. The bottom line is, I said that Detroit was a blessing for the Knicks to face in the first round. I said playing against Detroit was going to make the Knicks tougher to go against the rest of the teams they played. And we saw it instantly against Boston. The Knicks were a lot tougher against Boston than Boston was against the Knicks. And that's
I agree.
Fighting with Detroit. So, yeah, I agree with it.
Yeah, I just think, if I can be critical, you know what I'm saying, for a second, y'all biggest issue I see is the coach. Like, to me, the coach, he don't fit y'all personality. He don't, like, he's not even a dude that can handle y'all media. He don't have a charisma like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think Tibbs gave y'all an edge that, like you say, last year when we put it to y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all had to be physical and had to be tough with us. I think Tibbs was the leader of that. You know what I'm saying? So I think you guys have kind of lost your edge this year.
I can see that. I mean, that's the question that we've had as Knicks fans, and a lot of that's been going around is, what is the Knicks identity? Because we were a defensive team primarily. Then we got more offensive talent. We became a little bit more offense heavy. And then this year, to start off the season, we became like really offensive heavy. So at the point where we started outscoring people, but when it came to a team that could play good defense, then we were losing because we weren't stepping up on defense. Now, when we had that win streak, we got back to the defense and we started to play where we knew we could once you lock in. But when you go up against tough defensive teams like Detroit, like Houston, like OKC, I will throw even Phoenix in there because Phoenix has become a much tougher defensive team. Like, it's going to be different. Like, it's going to be different. You have to match that toughness. And I will say, look, Detroit has not. The one thing I will give Detroit.
Yo, did I cut out?
As I keep saying, look, hold on one second. My bad. Am I here? You hear me?
Yeah, I thought I had glitched out or whatever.
I don't know what's going on with my connection, man. Listen, I pay a lot of money for nothing. So what I was saying is, I believe y'all have 2.5 stars. Okay. Cade is a star on his way to a superstar, not there already. Jalen Duren, boy, he's a star. I like his game. The Knicks liked him. That's why we wanted to, we wanted to have him, but we made that deal with y'all, so it is what it is. Isaiah Stewart, I would say he's half a star because what he does with his game defensively and all that, rebounding and his toughness, offensively, I say he's okay, but I don't want to say he's a star. You know what I mean? We can't throw the star thing around everywhere. There's certain guys. Yeah. So I say y'all got 2.5 stars and a lot of good role players, and I'm only calling them role players because of where they've played for other teams. They've come off the bench. If you're a starter your whole career, then I'm not going to call you a role player. But I'm going to say guys who have were starters, turned into, bench players. Even I just had his name. Hold on. I got to cheat. My memory's trash. Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris is a different player. And that's fine. Because you know what he's going to give you, but he's not the Tobias Harris that was with the Sixers years ago. That was a different dude. So you guys got a bunch of these guys, but they're all solid professional NBA players, and some young guys just trying to cut their teeth. They just raw, but they're playing hard and they're playing defense. So there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you got Cade, who really looks for everybody, can still get his and get everybody involved, and he plays some defense too. You're good. So I'm not going to take that away from them. They play really well together. And it goes back to the same thing that we had to learn as a team last year. The difference between the Knicks and Indiana is Indiana plays team ball. We've got some individual talent on the Knicks, but Indiana played much better team ball. Detroit played much better team ball.
Can I tell you what to me was the best version of this team in the last couple of years? It was when y'all had y'all still had Julius. Y'all had DiVincenzo. Y'all had Grimes. Who else? Y'all had a couple other. It was like that version of the team I thought was the best version of y'all, and I think y'all just taking steps back from them. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Look, you're not wrong because I think a lot of Knicks fans believe that was the team. We had heart. It was a different type of thing. And when we were playing 7, because everybody was hurt, we were still winning basketball games. It was a different team. I get it. Right now, the problem with this Knicks team is they are already at a level where they have to produce. If this was a different time where we weren't looking at being championship contenders, you could struggle and suffer through these growing pains of having a new coach and new systems on offense and defense and learn from it. But we don't have time to learn because the Knicks have already made their bed. They give money to players, and the expectations are now like we've already been to the Eastern Conference Finals. So there's no time to really learn. You got to get it together and let's do it. So that's a problem for this Knicks team, and that's why some people don't even feel like. And I'm just saying this now. Some people didn't even feel like this was the year for a championship. Some people were feeling like next year's the year. But either way, I don't want to go too far off of that because bottom line is if the Knicks get right and they get it together, anything can happen.
Yeah, true.
So, but I do want to give you guys kudos. I want to give you respect, Detroit, in the building. I want to give you respect for being here and honoring that. And you said you won't pop up either way. I appreciate that. That's what I like to hear. And I want to say, listen, y'all are real. Some people may not want to face it, but y'all are real, and we got to look at it like that. Detroit is here. Detroit is a top team in the East, and the Knicks got to play and be ready to play basketball when Detroit comes around. And if we play y'all in the playoffs, we got to have our A game. Now, I'm gonna say this: no matter what I saw, I don't care who it is. It's not y'all. It's not anybody. Last year, the Knicks lost to the top team in the league. I think we got beat 10 times, right? And 8 of them were blowouts. And that Knicks team still made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. So the bottom line is, if the Knicks play basketball the way I expect them to play basketball, the way the money is dictated that these players should be out here playing, then I expect us to do something. But if they're going to play the way we've seen them play against y'all these last 3 times, then it's going to be a quick early season. Everybody's going to get their suntans on, and it's going to be a long off season. So I hope that's not the case, brother. But anyway, like I said, I want to get back to being a Knicks show. I know the chat is restless, but I want first, brother, what you see next for your team? Because you know y'all got to make y'all run and continue to go. So
Okay, well, I'll just finish it up with this, and I appreciate all the Knicks fans having to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? But we got it's gonna be a stretch. I looked at the schedule. We have, I think, shit, pretty much it's a day in between every game for the rest of the season.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So this is the long stretch into the playoffs. I think Cade is going to make a push for the MVP. You know what I'm saying? I think we will finish with the top seed in the conference, and then it's on to the playoffs. And I'm not looking at anything less than the Eastern Conference Finals or the finals.
Okay. Listen, I'm wishing you guys nothing but the best and success, because as I said before, the best revenge for me being a Knicks fan, watching what's happened with Detroit, is to face Detroit in the playoffs. Both teams 100% healthy, and just go to war and see what happens and who comes out, last team standing. And, if it's y'all, we got to give y'all credit and the kudos for doing the thing all season and in the playoffs. And if it's us, then we going to strut a little bit, because we're going to be like, told y'all. But, it is what it is.
Yeah, rightfully so. Listen, rightfully so. You know what I'm saying? But we here. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I hope y'all get it together so we can see y'all in the playoffs, because we do need that dub back. There's no doubt about it. There's no getting around that. We need that dub back.
I hear you. And you know what? Once again, let me say right before I let you go that it's just, I think for a lot of fans, even not just Knicks fans, it's surprising that for Detroit, it happened so quickly. Not that it years we saw like Detroit, Orlando, was it Atlanta? No, I think it's another team. I can't remember right now. But there was a couple teams that we saw that, hey, Indiana, my fault. It was Indiana, Orlando, and Detroit. And we're like, eventually these teams are going to be good, and their time is coming, because that's what kept happening every year. Oh, these teams are coming. But the problem with Detroit, where it threw the hiccup, and that's why we're so surprised at how good they are so fast, is that y'all had that year under Monty Williams, and y'all look terrible. And it didn't make sense. And then
he said it's back. He said it's back 100%.
Yeah, then you get Bickerstaff, and all of a sudden you're like that. Like it's turned around. I'm like, it happened so quickly. It's still a little surprising. So
yeah, people had to catch up. Like we weren't as bad. And it's funny. I think that season we had made us better. You know what I'm saying? Made us more tougher and more ready than any other kind of experience would have had for this team. You know what I'm saying? That brought them together. That's why we play with this kind of synergy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't been to the very, very, very bottom. And it's not like they weren't talented. It was just Monty didn't know how to use a young team like that. Right. JB came in and gave us a role, gave everybody roles and identity, and we've just gone from there. So listen, man, it is what it is. Like, I hope to see y'all in the playoffs, like I said. And man, salute to you for being like an objective Knicks fan, because what I heard from you earlier in your intro is the most level-headed thing I've heard from Knicks fans. You know what I'm saying? Because I talk to Knicks fans all the time. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's crashing out. I haven't heard the crash out from you. So, man, salute to you, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, Detroit. Listen, like I said, you're always welcome to be in the chat chilling, and then, if we get to face each other in the playoffs, hey, man, you're welcome. We can come chop it up again up here on the panel, man. Like I said, it's not about, as I tell everybody, if you're a fan of another team, you're always welcome to come here and chop it up. As long as you're respectful and you're a real person and not just trying to troll, it's cool. I don't have no problem. And that's why I have no problem having you up here and letting you talk your talk. Detroit needs to be respected. I think as all fans, they're a good team. They've shown it. Even when guys are out, they still play the same way. So I got to give them respect, give them kudos. And as a fan, you should be proud of them. But I will say, I hope my Knicks start playing basketball the way I expect them to play, because I don't know what it is right now. Right now, for whatever reason, when we play Detroit is doing things, or we are. I don't know if we're getting too over hype about the game and we're struggling because of it. I don't know what's happening, because I don't expect this from this team, but there's something going on between the two Knicks when they play each other, and hopefully we figure it out before it's too late. Anyway.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up and being willing to talk up here on the Nick channel, man, because I know how it is. But yeah, like I said, you one of the respectful ones. You might, talk your talk, but I still see what you said in the chat. It's still respectful. So, and I hope everybody else up here understands that and respects that as well. But it is still going to be, they're going to be like, forget Detroit. So just expect that.
Hey, yeah, I ain't tripping. You know what I'm saying? Listen, dog. I've had my fun. I'll just say that.
All right. All right. Hey, man.
So, yeah.
Thank you for popping in, bro.
All right. Take it easy, man. Blessings. All right.
Same, man. Take it easy.
Yeah. Peace.
All right. All right. Let me see how many I got backstage. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let me go with the group. Apologies. Give me a second. What's up, fellas? Man. What's happening? We here. Let me read this super chat while y'all get yourself situated. Hold on. Oh, whoa, hold on. I got the wrong thing up. That's my usher. Usher. This exemplifies what we're going through. Yeah, it's terrible. I don't know what it is. Shout out to Mets, Knicks fans. Let's go. Thank you for the generous super chat. My guy said they need to create some type of offense where Cat can initiate the offense. Cat not playing like a number 2 on a championship team. I agree. I think part of it is Cat because he is forcing the issue with the when he does that ball. But part of it is definitely Mike Brown, man. Mike Brown has got to do better at getting Cat involved. And I find it to be utterly ridiculous that after all the talk and all the games we've seen and how Cat is being not used to the best of his ability. I mean, it's not all on Mike Brown, but it is some on Mike Brown. You got to use Cat better. But especially against a team that doesn't have their 2 of their bigs or whatever you want to call it. Because he's small, but he plays big. So it's terrible. I can't. All right. Randall, you here? Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. We'll see. Wiz, you here?
Of course I'm here.
Oh, yes, there you are.
Lord.
Wiz.
Yes.
Yo, what up?
Yes. What's
Sorry,
up?
I'm in Miami right now. I'm jet lagged. I took a red eye.
Oh, you're in Miami?
Yeah, man. So,
all right, yeah, go back to the black screen. Look better.
I gotta agree on that one. I have to agree with you.
Dang.
Yeah,
Ron.
Man, hold on.
Wow.
I need a moment. Hold on.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
Jump right out that window, B.
Oh, you know what? At least you don't say something like some of my friends do. My face is a black screen.
Oh man, that's terrible. Listen, I gotta tell you one thing. There's not many games that get me to the point where I want to cut the game off. That Detroit game, I was, I had the remote. I just couldn't do it, but I had it. All right. Okay. So let me get to. I'm gonna go order of how people jumped in. Let me get to my guy Jay. Jay, what's going on, brother? How you feeling, man?
Well, I got a lot of respect for you for allowing stuff that I probably wouldn't have bared, but you've proven to be a better man than most people I know, so including myself, definitely me. And though I will say that if he came here with some other energy, I don't think you would have gave him that type of time. So
no, I did it because of the fact that he showed. He was going back and forth a little with the chat 2 weeks ago, but he did show a level of respect. And then when he did come up, he wasn't talking reckless. And I said, you know what? Some people are just fans, and they're people. Like some are fans that are a little bit more, they look at the game a little differently, and those are the type of people that you can have a conversation with, and he showed that, and that's why I wanted to I told him he can come back, and I want to honor that, and so I did it the way I wanted to do it, so that way this show doesn't go off the rails. So it is what it is.
Exactly. what I'm feeling about this. I put a lot of this is like you said recently we went through a 8-game winning streak, whatever. I'm be honest with you. I really believe that most of that was despite the coach, not because of the coach. That came immediately after having that players only meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and I I I really am. I'm searching. I even go back in the games and rewind it and searching for plays that Mike Brown is calling out or screaming out. We went from a guy who couldn't sit down, who was constantly screaming, to a guy who only sits down, hands in the pocket, overhugs the other team. That might be to longevity in the league and friendship, but who cares? That would never have happened in basketball days. Ewing and Jordan were some of the best of the friends, and they had a collision course when they played against each other. They were not friends on the court. The moment the ball is tossed in the air, you are the enemy. And if you're being led by a person who, like I am completely done with him after what happened with Cat and Golden State and that elongated hug that he gave to I don't even want to say his name, uh, was uh, was trash to me. And
Oh, I forgot.
I will say
I
that,
gotta change this. I forgot. I didn't. I gotta change this background. I'm tripping.
oh,
This is the
okay,
last background.
no doubt. And I'm gonna say that a lot of the issues are due to that, due to the lack of predominant coaching, dominant coaching. I thought we brought in specialists like defense and offense specialists. We definitely have had different moments, but you know, he's not doing for me. The thing with Cat and making drawing up plays for Cat, like part of that, I believe Cat needs to call for it. If you're an all-star, right, and you're 7 feet tall, be vocal, call for it, give me the ball, right? Everybody's acquiescing to JB. Yo, hey, whatever, give me the ball. Cat needs to do way more of that. However, as a coach, if he sees something on the outside, he should be saying something. And for the last point, you know, I'm not a JB apologist. I'm not for any man in the world, music or sports. I'm not gonna go head over heels for them. They might be my favorite player, but I'm not gonna be like, you know, flipping out over them because they're men and I'm a man. I just don't do that type of thing. I'm a fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a huge fan of this guy. Great footwork, an amazing scorer. If he was 6'7", he might be the most dominant player in the entire league. So the problem is that he's not. And even in the game that you're talking about, he had 8 assists. All
Mm-hmm.
right. So with the 6 rebounds. So to me, he's not he's not a point guard. I'm going to say this. I've been saying this with blue in my face. He's not a point guard. He's a 2 guard or a combo guard, a guy that you would give the ball to, but he doesn't. He should be with a facilitator. That way he can roam around a little bit and also be in charge of dribbling the ball too. And on that note, I know we're going to talk a lot about a lot of different things. I think you were more in like how I'm doing or whatever, but you look, that game was embarrassing, to say the least. All right, to say the least. All right, they don't have their center. They don't have the the beef dude. Like it was so corny of a showing. Like it was hard. to watch, and I cut it off somewhere towards like the third because it was like I knew this story. I've seen this story over and over again. We'll get down, we'll come back, we'll make it look close, and in years past we'd win. But the fact is, right now, if we don't get a facilitator and make JB a two guard, then we're in trouble. And then you can make it like the old Houston, 95. Houston, two small guys, and all three, small forward, power forward, and center, were 7 feet tall. Otis Thorpe, Ori, and Olajuwon, all 7 feet. The other two guys, Kenny Smith and the other, and what's his face, Sam Cassell, small, right? So I really think that is the way to move with this team. And why Sohan? If he when he got in, he made a difference and made Cade change his maneuvers. Why 9 minutes? This is not like trying out for like I don't know, like a play or something like that. This is to win a championship. Who cares? He just got here. 9 minutes. OG shouldn't even play that long. He just got back. He wasn't clicking on all cylinders. He wasn't feeling it right. Put Sohan in. Let him play him. Let him disrupt him. Let him clothesline him. Let him do anything. It's kind of tiring at this point. And anybody, listen, I'm a Mets fan and I'm a Knicks fan. So I am delusional, and I know that because at the beginning of every year I say to myself, we're going to win this year, right? No matter what. But for the Knicks, I don't feel like I should be delusional because we've been stepping up every year. There's only one place to go this year in my mind, period, and that's the finals. And if we don't do that, to me, that's on many different things, and it starts with the coach.
Yeah. Okay. I hear you.
And blessings to everybody, and hello to the chat and everybody on the panel.
Yes. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you.
Definitely.
So I will say that I hear exactly what you're saying, and I agree with it for the most part. The only part that I don't agree with, it's not that I don't agree with it, I agree with it for every other game except the Detroit game, is just the Jalen Brunson facilitating part of him having somebody else to run with him. Because in this specific game, I don't think that was the issue. Just this specific game, the one game, because Jalen did give you 8 assists and he did give you 6 rebounds and he still chipped in 33 points. So this particular game, it wasn't an issue. The issue was, it wasn't even offense. Offense, to me, the Knicks actually did pretty damn well considering you're getting nothing from Mikal Bridges. OG couldn't find anything. His shot, no rhythm whatsoever. You still got 21 points from Cat, even though I wish that was a little bit more, considering he didn't really have somebody to go up against. Paul Reed, come on.
Yeah, come on.
The defense was everything. You can't allow the freaking Detroit Pistons, who, you know, they were at one point, they did shoot the 3-point shot better last year, I think. I could be mistaken, but I thought they did. But they shot 43% from 3. And you also allow them to score 126 points. They're not really an offensive juggernaut. Like they play defense and they obviously can score. You let them get 126. This is like going back to the game where we played against Indiana. Indiana scored what, 136, 137? It was in overtime, but still, that's the most points they've scored all year. Like, we can't be that team. We're not going to beat people if we're that team. Like, we can't be that team. It's crazy. Let me read this super chat real quick and then get over to Knicks Nation. Shout out to David Smith. Thank you for the generous super chat. Said Knicks get to the ECF only 2 wins away from NBA Finals, and then Brown comes here and demotes All NBA All-Star future Hall of Famer Cat to role player. I'll look. I think we all know that Mike Brown needed to and needs to do a better job getting Cat incorporated into his offense. Why it hasn't been done, I don't know. Is there a certain thing that Cat's not doing that Mike Brown is upset with? That's why he doesn't do more of a job to get him involved. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I will tell you something is going on here, because if we can see it, they can see it. As smart as we think we are as fans, these guys are coaches. They've coached multiple NBA teams. He's got a bunch of coaches that have tons of NBA experience around him. They know what they're seeing. We're not the ones that we're not seeing anything that they don't see. So there's something going on here. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a thing between Cat and Mike Brown that they're just playing through and trying to get through the season. But I don't know. Something's there. Something's going on, because there's no reason why these adjustments can't be made, or they can't do a better job of intertwining him and making him more comfortable out there. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But definitely the team is going to suffer because of it if they don't figure it out. And the fans, we're going to suffer because we're going to keep watching these L's that don't need to be happening. And we'll go from there. But anyway, all right, Nick Nation, good to see you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. I see you got a setup going. Look at you. Okay.
See me? I'm blowing up, brother. Blowing up.
He got even more than that. He got some sparkly shit looking good, man.
Yeah. I dropped the background because they don't even deserve a background. How we play. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. You know what I mean? But shout out to the chat. You know what I mean? Shout out to Jay. Shout out to Randu.
No doubt,
shout out to my man Wiz out there laid out. Looked like he was, you know what I'm saying? He was out on a late night of pimping, and then he made it in. He's like, woo, what a night. But
looked like he jumped in the window.
Let me double down once again. You know what I mean? And I said that, Ron, you're definitely, you're a man of your word. You gave the guy your word, and you're a better person than me in general, and your temperament is amazing, because I don't, unfortunately I don't have it. You know what I mean? I think I'm a little even older than you, so maybe in another 10 years I'll have that wisdom. You know what I mean? To be able to obtain the ability to, you know what I mean, even listen and have dialogue and reflect back with a person like that. So I give you, straight kudos.
I appreciate what you're saying, and let me just say this to you and to everybody. Everybody has their own style of what makes them up as people, and you fan the way you fan, but you also your inner thing, your competitiveness. It is what it is. You know yourself better than anybody knows you, and what drives you and what pushes you is how you move. I'm the type of person that I can respect my opponent and still go out there and want to beat them and still play them the same way, even if I have respect for them. I know other people, like, in order to beat somebody down and really you got to not respect, man, you the enemy. Like, I get it. That's just how, people are made. I get it. I mean, some of our best players, Michael Jordan, all he did was play mind games on people and get them to the point where we went out with Michael last night. And then the next day, like, you're almost ready to spit you in your face. That's how, he's steaming. It was all a setup. Like, I get it. That's, people going to be different. All I want to say is we are in a different NBA. These days, it's like, it ain't really the rah-rah that it used to be. So, and everybody's all soft and kumbaya anyway. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. If your team is good, your team is good. Just go out there and show me that's what you're going to be in the playoffs and make it happen. Nick Nation dropped. He'll be back. So the thing that I was thinking about is, like, why don't we give respect to a team that shows that they can play good basketball and run through the league? And they've been doing it and it hasn't stopped. Let me say this in fairness. We saw a couple years ago, the Utah Jazz at one point were number one in the West. What? Crazy. But most people believed that the Utah Jazz would come back down to earth, and they did. By the end of the season, they were back down at the bottom. So that makes sense. That's warranted, right? But for whatever reason,
bounced out again.
You bounced out again, brother.
you could hear me or
I can hear you. They can't hear you.
Let me see.
I can hear you.
I can hear him.
Oh yeah, they can hear. Oh wait, so wait, hold on.
I just can't see them. It's like the Wizard of Oz.
I don't know why. Oh, there you go. Okay, I got you.
Okay.
All right, so here we go.
Is it me with the camera off or
No. You're back.
Oh, there you go.
You're
Okay,
here.
I'm back.
So what I was saying is, yeah, like Utah, that was Fugazi, and we all kind of knew it, and we didn't give them the respect because we didn't believe it. Fine. Last year with Cleveland, it's the same thing. We all like, Cleveland's this, Cleveland's that. Nobody was worried about Cleveland. Look, let me just bottom line something for everybody, and I don't care. I'm one of those. I don't care. It is what it is. It's how I feel. I'm still very confident in the Knicks. If you feel like, hey, Ron, you tripping. Cleveland was good, y'all. Cleveland was good all year. They were running through everybody. And the only thing that derailed Cleveland is when they went into the playoffs, they got hurt. Okay. We don't know what team they would have been if everybody was healthy, but they weren't. They got hurt. So it is what it is. Let's just say that was a good year for Cleveland and it didn't work out. And now they're not the same team. Detroit, right now, they have been running through everybody. They showed they're a good team, and we have to just respect that. We'll see what happens later in life. If they continue to play this way throughout the second half, if they continue to play this way in the playoffs. But for right now, we can show them respect. Don't mean we can't beat them. You respect your opponent is all I'm saying. Everybody in this chat, believe me when I tell you, I know this for a fact. Everybody here respects OKC because OKC showed you that they can run through the league. They were number one in the West last year and then won a championship. Do we respect them because they won the championship? Will we not respect them if they were number one all year last year and then were they're number one this year in the West or something? Like, I mean, they might be number two. I don't know how Denver's doing, but either way, the bottom line is we respect them because they've shown they could be a good team and they've been doing it. Does the championship give you that extra? Like now we respect them. People respect Denver is because they won a championship, because they have Jokic, the MVP of the league, multiple years. Why do we show other teams respect? So just something to think about. I'm just curious. Yeah, I just thought about it. I was like, I wanted to ask that question to people. Like, why is it that we don't respect certain teams? I get it because they're young and we let me get back to Nick Nation because I know. Hold on. I think I think that's on me, Nick Nation. I don't know what's going on. I got to tell you one thing. Let me tell y'all something, a little aside thing that's very funny. Like I said, I've paid in all this money for this internet. I've even upped my internet, and I just upped my internet again recently. But this is on them. They gave me another 400 gigs on their dime, probably because my service is so crappy. Either way, and then personally, my office is moving, and I've just had meetings and discussions with them, the same people, because they want our business, and and I'm like, man, I'm listening to this. This sounds great, but my service at home stinks. And you want me to do business with you for my business? Like what? Whatever. It's crazy, bro. But all right. Go ahead, Nick Nation. You continue, and then I got my guy backstage that I'm definitely want to hear from. He wasn't here last week, but he is here this week, and I definitely want to hear his thoughts on this current Knicks team and what happened with that this debacle in Detroit.
Oh yeah, man. So you had all those pros on, man, before. Now you had to dumb your way down to us. It's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You guys are the all-stars every week. Don't get it twisted.
They didn't have all the hey Nick, they didn't have all the pros on. You and me weren't on there.
Facts.
Yeah, facts.
That's facts.
All right, Nation, do your thing, bro.
So I just a quick, synopsis of this. Where I'm going to talk as a fan right now, in a sense, where my true emotions, go as far as it. And based off of that, which we've been watching and all, we stunk. You know what I mean? We look like, we look like crap. We look like dog-esque. So that's just is what it is. There is, everybody across the board looked horrible. Brunson had 33 points, but he didn't look good. 6 turnovers. I don't even want to quote stats, nuts, minus, plus, all of that, because all of that wiped out the window. It was just pure eye test. The pure eye test to me just said that, hey, our system that we're running, our players are being squeezed into a system that doesn't fit them, in my my view of it, I think that Mike Brown has a idea of what he wants to do, which like any other coach would come in, but he is ill-equipped with the craft of players in which he has to deal with. But not that I'm giving Mike Brown any out at all, because there are certain things that he does that just makes us all like, what the F are we doing? So who brings in, just like a simple question, even I can even phrase this to you and go back, who brings in two bigs, 2 7-footers, and doesn't post up at all? Why bring them in? What are you, what are you doing? Those what's names, those principles don't work well. Also, bring in 2 bigs and not do one pick and roll with either one. Why bring them in? You know what I mean? Why ask? You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. What
Sorry.
we're asking.
1 second, Nick
Okay.
Nation. I apologize.
Okay, sure.
Guys. I should have waited till you were done, but I noticed something. Apologies
No,
to
don't
everybody.
think, brother.
The Wi-Fi.
Sure.
I have 2 Wi-Fis, right? So something happened for whatever reason. I'm checking my Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi cycled to my backup Wi-Fi, which is not as good. Maybe that's why the service has been kind of in and out. So
Okay.
I switched to my main Wi-Fi right now, and that's why that paused and broke your speech. But I hope that we should be good to go going forward. Sorry.
Okay.
Continue.
Yeah, no, okay, good. So, like I say, as far as Mike Brown, you know what I mean? Those principles of bringing in 2 bigs, you know what I mean? Not posting up either one. Those things like that make 0 sense to me. Bringing in 2 bigs, not running one pick and roll with them. You know what I mean? You can run a pick and pop at times, but no pick and roll, or, you know what I mean? No real advancement to squeeze the team and cause real space. So there's a lot of Mike Brown's principles. Now, we could discuss the point of defense. You know what I mean? I was sickened by it. They can't guard off the screen. They can't guard off the pick and roll. You got to take some point of, certain things away. Their physical approach to how they, play defense on Cade, not knocking him off balance, not, this dude came down the lane, I don't know, multiple times. And if your principles are to protect the lane and push everything to the outside, it makes no sense. The defensive coach, how he allows people to come on, come out there and play open. I call that open hip defense. Whereas if I'm trying to route you to an area, I'm going to route you to an area, but I'm not going to still give you a full lane to just open up and run down. And we did that on a consistent basis at times, where that looks like what their principles are. When we go into a point of the pick and roll, it's disgusting. I mean, as far as on defense, how we defend it, you cannot defend where it is. And I got to blame Mike Brown. I'm going, as we all say, 2, 3 things, 4 things can be right at once. And these 2 things are definitely, which we all look at and see. You can't guard coming off of a pick and roll where you don't advance your center out and create what we call which be a simple point is to create a V. Here is the center point of the player that is picking in here, and here is the other player that's either bouncing in or out, because you're the defender. Your defender, so it's going to be one defender here and one defender here. What blocks the path point is the other player who is setting the pick in what's name point. If you don't jump out in advance in that and stop the receiver from that point on, I mean, the receiver of the ball, who's ever receiving that point at that ball, and you don't having a point where you're saying, hey, I'm not going to let you downhill. It's hard to explain the point with my hands as opposed to on the graph.
Yeah,
but if you don't do that, what you're doing is creating a point to allow that player to come off that screen and get downhill. We don't defend it that way at all. Cat is sitting in the back there and allowing it. And by the time the guy starts coming at him, what's he going to do? How are you guarding a player like Cade coming at you, a 6'6" dude who is, who has a, left, right kind of movement on you? He's going to create you off balance. So one is you either have to foul him, you know what I mean? Or do the right thing is to say, here, okay, you coming down this lane here, then I'm going to hit you so hard that, hey, you think about it again before coming back down this point of the lane. I know that that's not, a sound thing to do on a regular basis, but it does send a point of a message that I don't want to allow that. We sat there and on the opposite because it begins to get that type of mentality. When Cade came down the middle and switched to his left hand, and you see as a point, he made a business decision to say, here, I'm jumping out your way. And he stuffed on us with his left hand. When you are getting disrespected at that point or outplayed to that degree, you have to make your decision point as a team and as a man and as an individual to say, here, I'm not going to allow this point to carry out with me anymore. You got to be better than that. Now let's discuss even the point about our wings. Our wing stop was terrible, but we've always been talking about a particular one in general. One just came back, so you knew that his thing was a little bit on and off and on and off. And honestly, I don't even think OG should have started. OG should have probably came off the point of the bench at that stage of the what's name here. Because if you're watching him in practice and you're watching these things and you know that things are off of speed and timing and everything else, you had to see that he's not himself. Plus, as you said even earlier, Ron, because we've always discussed this, he has a ramping up time that how he gets into his flow of his offense, his defense, all of it. What's the name? Now, I get also Sohan as well. Sohan was also at that point where he was rusty at certain points as well. Mike talked about that. What's the name? But the thing is about it is that, yeah, let me describe it like this in certain ways. With your best of your tools and sitting here over on the bench, and you're looking like, all right, you know what? I know I could use a socket set on that. You know what I mean? Ratchet that in. That's the proper tool to use here. But you know what? I ain't gonna use the other language in that sense. But you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use the pliers. I'm gonna put box on it, make it ugly. It may get the job done, but it may not get it done as well. That's basically what Mike Brown does at times by not utilizing certain points of his tools to what degree that they're supposed to be used for. What he does is say that, you know what? Yeah, I think I can make it fit this way. I think I can make that fit into my point of my system and my principles this way. It's terrible. What we're using in the systems that we're going off of and what Kerr used and all those other ones, those are all still points of the triangle. It's the Princeton offense. How we use it, and I don't know, like you say, 2 or 3 things can be right at the same time, is that we do not use, there is no off-ball action on offense besides the initial setup of it. It even is terrible too if you watch like that, the way that the offense is supposed to be run, and how he ran it on Sacramento and how he runs it here. There is little slight differences. Where Brunson is coming through and he's coming off of a pick or a screen. A lot of times with players like that, because they got great defenders like that, you have to send them to it twice. You have to send them through one player and then you have to send it again, but not a stop and go. It's a consecutive movement to it. I don't want to go too far into how offense points is supposed to be run because it's very difficult to see and imagine it in certain things like that. But what the bottom line is ours is so vanilla that it gets stagnated very quickly, and particularly when you know where guys are going to come from. So let's go back to even our wing stops and McHale and what's his name? McHale was horrible. He's horrible. He's horrible. You gotta have some point of a staple someplace, and we don't have staples in places because these guys don't understand their principal roles and what they need to do at this late stage in it. That is bad. It's particularly when, you know what I mean. And I've been on other podcast shows and others, and people think that that you can just turn that on because it's playoff. No. Because we don't know this system that well. We don't run enough of, another principles in it. The principles in which we're using now are terrible. We don't have enough of secondary, thirdary, fourth points of action in which we use. We don't. And when we don't do that, teams know it. They know that it's a point of vanilla. And they're beating us to the areas in which we have to go. Or they're setting the points of where, when this guy comes down, you know what? I can wait on him, and 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 boom, get him with my left hand. You know what I mean? And get to the ball. They rushed us up on our shots. That was right off the back. You could see Brunson at times going, hey, I got Thompson off me for that real quick heartbeat of a moment, but I know that this boy is closing fast. And what it would do was speed up your shot. That's why a lot of times you run a guy through a double screen, because then it stagnates him to that point where you can get that clear point of that half a heartbeat to get that clear point of that shot. But these guys were whistling over their heads or whistling past them. And why? Because they couldn't get, in Mike Brown's system, couldn't get free enough to get a clean shot off. It's horrible. So, true spacing to get, certain things, they may get that, but the players on them. Asar Thompson, if I'm saying it right, that's the right one, right? In Detroit, I get messed up with their name a bit, but
I don't know. One of the Thompson.
One of the Thompson. But them boys are serious, man. That boy is the number one defender, I believe, you know what I mean, in the league when it comes to as far as isolation or anything like that. He knows what he took that to heart, what Brunson did to him last year. And even still, Brunson still got certain points up on him. But what he has to get through to get to those points is, you know what I mean? The master footwork that he has to go through to get that. That doesn't make for a smooth point of an offense, man. Even though we had that long winning streak, there was still times I would say these guys, a couple of times I said, no, it wasn't that we played the best defense in those certain points. That other team just missed shots. There was a cast a game where these guys were still open in the three land. They just missed shots. Or if it was certain times where we're maxing, we play filling them. We knew that what's name was out or if he was hurt, then we divert our attention and say, hey, we're going to stop this player. Don't understand why we didn't do that with Detroit as saying hey, I'm going to let everybody else in this goddamn team beat me or either Cade or allow Cade to beat us and say, hey, I'm going to stop everybody else.
That's the way that you normally do it, Nick Nation. You say
exactly.
Cade obviously has shown that he's a real one. Let Cade beat you. Stop all these other role players. It's the same thing you did to LeBron back in the day. All these guys, like this is what you do when hey,
100%.
You got to face it. Cade he's that guy now. So all right,
100%.
Treat him that way.
100%. Because it's what they did to us. You know what I mean? The game before last. If you look at that game, they totally attacked the Brunson on both sides of the ball. They hunted him they hunted him on when he was on the defensive end and ran at him. And then on the same end, on the offensive end, they said, whatever we do, don't allow him to beat us. They put hands on him. They banged him. They rerouted him all through the whole game. He worked and worked and worked. And Bickerstaff said, anybody else? You got anything else? Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? And no one else shows up. So, I know I go a little crazy when Brunson goes dribble crazy at times and say run the offense, but I'm hoping that these other players at times will show up. And right now, none of these guys, particularly going against this team, which is a physical up front and a good defensive team, a very solid defensive team. But it's like anything else. When a team is overly aggressive, you take that and you use that as far as an advantage. Yeah. You know that these guys are overly aggressive. So you know what? A lot of times I'm going to put you up in the air. And then you know what? This is the way that the league runs. I'm going to use the rules within the league. I'm going to put my arms up and my elbows up towards your face. And hopefully you reach or put your arm over. But we don't have guys with, you know what I mean? And particularly, how do you run any kind of defensive system? And hey, David Smith, listen up. And let me explain this to you.
All right.
Cat is our center. Where is our anchor?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Where's that? In order for you to have, you know what I mean, to run a defense system, somebody's got to be the anchor of that defense.
Yeah.
Who's our anchor?
I hear you.
We ain't got one. And that's the point where it makes it just, you know what I mean, where we got to be better. And I'm sorry, Ron, for going on this emotional rant.
What's name? Backstage, he left. So,
and I'm so sorry, yo, brother.
Cool.
I'm so sorry.
Cool.
Yeah. I apologize.
Maybe he'll be back.
Yeah. Hopefully he comes back in. So, with that sound point, let me pass it back off to you, brother. I apologize.
No problem. So let me get hopefully he comes back. Wiz,
what you want?
I don't know, man. Yeah, so you might as well speak. What's going on, my brother? What's happening?
My voice is baritone, and I really don't need no microphone, but I'll use one anyway to make sure the ladies hear what I said. What's up? Just some bars.
Right? Okay. Whew. Man, I was like trying to see if I had a book I could read real quick, but all right.
Those are like strings.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I am about to. You were getting into it. You were going there. All right. What's
up? Man. Anyway, gents, what a game. Oh man. The only thing I'm kind of optimistic about is we were what 8 for 35 from three, 23%, and that's just not us. If we even shot what is basically kind of our average at 40, that means six more 3 pointers. It's the game right there. We missed 7 free throws, two more. That's even more added to make the game right there. So we didn't shoot our best. We had open shots. We weren't being like swarmed by them defensively. We just missed shots. We missed foul shots. So we missed threes. And that means there's hope in that respect because I don't think we're going to hold every team under 100 points, which means that there are going to be teams where offensively they have our number. I think OKC, I think especially San Antonio as they develop more and more with Wemby and Castle and them, and possible Boston and Detroit may just kind of have our numbers a little bit on the offensive end to put up 120 plus points. And that only means one thing. We got to put up 130 plus points. And it's something that's within our reach. I see it is very manageable. A healthy, confident OG, a solid Mikhail, an active participating Cat, and then a Brunson, unselfish when needed to be and selfish when needed to be, is an offense with guys around them, whether it's Shamit, hard taking shots when he has his shots. I think we have the possibility. Bring back Deuce later on. We have the possibility of easily lighting it up for 130 points against those guys. Detroit defensively, yes, got some stuff, but I don't think they shut us down this time. We weren't shut down. We just missed wide open shots and our free throws. So that's why I'm somewhat optimistic. Not totally down, but yeah, that game was horrendous. I really had the remote also to turn it off and just call it a day because I just did not like how we play.
Mm-hmm.
And me being probably like I admit to being, general, CEO, captain of the minutes police last year, I'm probably biggest supporter of hiring Mike Brown because I kept on saying, the question you're gonna be asking, what has Brown done for you? And right now, I gotta backtrack a little bit and be like, despite his lack of changes and adjustments in this game, everyone has been saying it. My biggest pet peeve was that smiling and laughing at the end of that beatdown, of our third beatdown for the season in the Garden. You have a smile on your face. You have laughing, joking around with a coach that just made you look stupid, outcoached you. Those are small little things, and then you're not letting. I know he's brand new, but man, get that so hard on the floor much more. Get the war on the floor more if you're gonna at least want to fight a little bit. If you want to fight on defense, but I'm not totally out on the team yet as far as that game where it looked like yes, but overall I see the potential. And again, it comes back to when we were on that 9/11, downturn after the Emirates Cup.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing it seems psychological. It seems emotional. It seems chemistry. It seems like some kind of interpersonal relationship that's not going right somewhere in the locker room. And it's not just pure basketball scheming and pure about sets and runs, and it's a mentality. It's a way they're thinking and the way they're not connecting. And that's where I am right now. So there's optimism and there's hope, but there's reality as well. And the reality right now is we play Detroit in the playoffs right now. They got us 6 games or less. We're not going to go 7 with the way these cats are playing and the way we react to them unless we turn that corner. and get back to what we can do, especially offensively. I cannot believe we couldn't put up 120 points against those guys. And that's my take, man. But I'm gonna also end with a David Smith comment. Just say, my man, chill, please. One different statement other than cat, please. I love the passion, and I like cat. But everybody, let's support our players a little bit more, but let's not go overboard. It's like they're God's gift, or underrate them like they're scrubs, because this is a talented team all the way across. Like someone said, I think we got 12 starters in the NBA. Maybe 10, at least 10 of them can start in the NBA for other teams. So let's recognize we got talent. We just need to find a way to meld it, and maybe Mike Brown is not the answer. I gotta go to FedEx. Forget about UPS. I gotta go FedEx, because what Brown can do for you may not be what we need to be done. That's my take, gents.
Yeah, that's fair.
By the way, I'm 6'1" and I'm tons of fun, and I dress to a T. I got more clothes. Okay, that's it.
All right. Jesus Christ. Appreciate you, Wiz.
Yes, sir.
Let me read this super chat. Hold on. Appreciate you, David. Thank you for the generous super chat. David says, excuse me, the Knicks are 20-3 when Jalen Brunson has less than 20 field goal attempts. The Knicks are 14-14 this season when Brunson has 20 or more field goal attempts. That is a very interesting stat. And I am not making excuses for Jalen Brunson, because the stat is the stat. It's the true stat. However, and I do this with every stat once I have a chance to kind of think about it. I mean, the stat is a little bit fleeting, right? Because if he's taking less than 20 field goal attempts, usually it's because everybody else on the team is playing well and stepping up and having good moments. It's not necessarily all about, as we've seen. So here's the thing about Jalen Brunson that, it's always like maybe or maybe not. Maybe there's a game where you can say, okay, this is clearly on Jalen Brunson. He didn't do enough to get his team involved. But then there's the other games, a la this Detroit game, where you see he had 8 assists. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. Some of them are right. Some of them are a little iffy. Like, it may not be the case. The fact that, we already talked about, Jalen Brunson will look to shoot more and score more when other guys are struggling. That is just what any scorer is supposed to do. The problem is the way this Knicks team is, guys outside of Jalen Brunson are not doing their job. And that's what I want to point to. Like, I said it already. Certain things you're witnessing and you're like, well, I mean, is that enough? Like Mitchell Robinson finishing with 6 rebounds, knowing that there's Paul Reed out there. Like, is that enough? You can say he only played 19 minutes, Ron. I know, but all right. But is that enough? It's not enough. It's not enough. Josh Hart finished with 4 rebounds. Like I said, it's only Paul Reed out there. Is that enough when you're one of the best rebounding guards in the league? No, it's not enough. OG gave you no rebounds. It's not enough. Assist-wise, Mikal Bridges, I don't know if he's averaging 3 or 4 assists a game. He had 0 assists. It's not enough. Like, guys are just not doing enough. So it's not just the coach. It is the coach, but the players have to do stuff too. If Jalen Brunson, who we are trying to, like, more and more people are getting on, has a game where he gives you 8 assists and 6 rebounds, and I do know, shout out to Nick Nation, who brought up he had 6 turnovers. I get it, but I almost look at like, okay, I had 6 rebounds, 6 turnovers. That's a wash, because you rebounded the ball and got back opportunities for us in some way where we had a chance, whether it were offensive rebounds or defensive rebounds. I'll take it and say it's a wash, right? So then I look at you like, okay, what you really contributed to the game was 33 points and 8 assists. That's something that we can say, okay, that should have helped the team. But overall, it's not enough. The from the team aspect, these guys got to do more, and it's not enough. So, I think that's one of the things we run into. The problem is the stat is the stat, and it's a true stat, but is there a little bit more to the stat that makes sense? Every time that Jalen Brunson does take more shots, what is not what Cat is doing? What's the rest of the guys doing? What are they doing? How did McCall score? How was he out there? Because if you look at what McCall did, it's not enough. If you look at how OG was in this game, it's not enough, right? So that's the whole thing. Like I'm not doubting the stat. The stat is real. It's just that there's other variables and things that play into the stat, which makes it what it is. The only thing I can say right now is that this Knicks team has to have maximum effort every night, and they got to do better defensively to stop the opponent. What we just witnessed versus Detroit this last game, and what we even saw against, like I brought up, against Indiana, it should not happen. Indiana had Pascal Siakam. Who else? And they scored 136 points or whatever in one overtime. What? They don't got no Halliburton who can get hot on that moves the ball and finds easy shots for everybody. They didn't even have that, and they still put up 136. They got no Miles Turner anymore, who can stretch the floor and shoot threes and block shots and stuff. Like, he wasn't there. I think in that game that they had already even traded Mathurin. Like, I think. But either way, what are we talking about? How do we let that team score 136 points they haven't done it all year against anybody? These are the type of things that this just unexcusable and unexplainable for this Knicks team. Don't know why it happens and what's the rationale. I couldn't tell you. Now, going back to Mike Brown, yeah, he has to be better. He has to take a look at himself in the mirror and say, you know what? I got to be better. We've had some good moments that I can hang my hat on. It's not enough. All right. This is a championship team, and whatever expectations I had from my coaching and for this team's play has to be more than what we've already seen. Whatever I've done that's been successful, it has to be more, because this is not enough. It's not enough. We're going to be a championship team, get viewed at by the rest of the league as a contender and a team that we got to be worried about. They have to do better. Brian Windhorst, was it 2 weeks ago during All-Star break or whatever? Maybe it was last week. Either way, had mentioned that he talked to an executive in the league and said that the team to really watch and beat in the East is the Knicks. Brian Windhorst tried his best to say all types of negative stuff about the Knicks, but this and this and this and this, and the guy still said it's still the Knicks. Does it look like that guy's right now? No. But I do believe he is right. I just need the Knicks to go out there and play that way. And I need the coach to realize this is what you are. This is what you got. All right. And they've added a couple pieces to make that statement even more tangible. Adding Jose Alvarado, even though he's small, is a spark for the team. Adding Jeremy Sohan is definitely a plus for the team, as long as you can use him properly and efficiently and work it into the defense. This is a good team that can be great if they just play the right way, right way, and believe in each other. And once again, forget team meetings. I mean, forget players only meetings. Mike Brown needs to have a meeting with all these guys. Listen, even if it's not true, even if he doesn't believe it, guys, I let y'all down. That last loss is on me. Coaches say that stuff all the time, whether they believe it or not. Sometimes you got to take one for the team because that's your role. Hey, that loss is on me. I got to do better. I got to get you guys in a better position to win. This is not on y'all. I'm going to take the blame for this one. Next game, we're going to be right. We're going to be ready to deal with Houston. And I apologize for my effort in that last game of getting you guys prepared. Whether it's true or not, that's what needs to be said by our coach for a championship team. If you want to get the best out of your players, that's the type of stuff I expect to hear. So anyway, Randu, are you there? Randu, are you with me? Oh, yeah. No, Randu. Going once, Randu. Going twice. 45, 45, 45. Randu in the corner. Randu, 45. Randu. All right. I don't think he's there. I'm going to drop him. Drop you down,
Bueller.
Randu. Back. You can come
Bueller.
back. Oh, no, I dropped
Bueller.
him. I dropped.
Bueller.
Oh, no, I didn't. Nah. Yeah. he's not.
Bueller.
All right. I'm going to send the link again, Randu, so you can pop out and pop back in, brother. Hold on.
If you want me to fill in, I can rap some more if you want me to rap.
No. Hold on. Maybe
No,
I dropped the wrong person. My fault. Hold on. Wait a minute.
That's cool. I can sing.
And listen, you can't take the hint with the rapping. All right.
Boy.
So yeah, man, these are the type of things that are happening with the Knicks. These are the problems we deal with, man. LV Live, I posted the link. There you go, my brother.
Oh yeah, bring up my man. LV Live.
Yeah, man, it's just this is just one of them things, man. We just going through it, man. It's so frustrating as a fan when you know your team is better than what we saw. That output is not a reflection of how good this Knicks team can be. We just got to deal with it, man. It's terrible. But guys, when I say we got to deal with it, guys and ladies, just we also got to understand this is who the Knicks have always been. The Knicks do not do anything right, and they don't do anything easy. They are Jekyll and Hyde. They always have to be the underdog. Even when we are supposed to be the favorite, for whatever reason, we don't deal with that level of praise well. We got to have adversity. That's how the Knicks team is, man. So we'll see, y'all. We'll see. Hopefully they get it right.
Well, why are there only like 50 likes when we got all these people watching? What's up with that?
Yeah, man. I appreciate that, Wiz. Thank you. Smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We're on the road to 10K. If you don't know, listen, everything helps, man. The algorithm be algorithming, and we need y'all to smash the like because that's what YouTube looks at. So please smash the like button for the show, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all don't know what the like button looks like, let me show y'all because it looks a little something like this. Yes, that is it. Let me
That's my favorite part of your show, Ron, when you do that.
No,
something like this.
Let me bring my guy up here. All right.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Good evening.
What's happening, brother?
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, man. Yo, I don't know what's
LB
going on.
Live.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what's going on with this team, but whatever it is, I don't like it. I do not like it. First of all, the one thing that Mike Brown doesn't have that pisses me off, he does not have an edge. If you notice this guy, every game he sits down 75% of the game he's on the bench with his assistants. If you notice Tibbs will be up on his feet the majority of this game. Mike Brown is sitting down the majority of the game with his assistants.
Yep.
True.
The dude, he smiles after a loss. He shakes the other coach's hand and smiles and laughs with him after a loss of a game of this magnitude. Tibbs, he would have even smiled after a win. You see the difference?
Yeah.
Tibbs would not even smile after a win. He would just be straight poker face. Tibbs, Brown, he's too damn nice. He's too smiley. I don't like it. He does not have an edge, man. I don't know. And that's why I think it's trickling down to the players, where the players kind of feel laxed because they don't have a coach that's going to light a fire under their ass. Tibbs light a fire under their ass. Mike Brown is not doing that. We don't have that edge like we had the last two years. We don't have the edge. I don't know. We're good, like we're talented, but we just don't. We just something missing. It's just something missing that we don't have. The Pistons have it. I don't think we have that. I don't know. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, you're not wrong when it comes to that. When it comes to the fire and grit that I was talking about that the players didn't show in that game, a lot of that does come down from your coach. It's true. When Tibbs would definitely light a fire under these Knicks.
And you notice Tibbs, he's always screaming at the refs, yelling at the refs, cursing them out. Brown, he just standing there with his hands in his pocket.
Yep.
Laughing and smiling all goddamn time.
Yep.
Well,
he has no edge.
The one thing I did want to say that I knew was going to happen, and it's unfortunate, but there's no way around it. We knew that Mike Brown was going to constantly compare to Tibbs, right? And so the things that Tibbs did well, that Mike Brown struggles at, it's going to be brought up all the time, and it's tough. But any coach was going to get this, right? Tibbs was the coach for 5 years, and we were pretty successful in that time. So this is unfortunate. It is what it is, but it's true. Like as I said, even if that's not your personality to light a fire under your team in one way, but it's weird because we've seen those practice videos of him and with the Kings and stuff. He's going at these dudes. He's yelling, "What? Come on, y'all!" And he's running and stuff, trying to show. Like, obviously, he knows what to do as a coach when he wants to.
I get, and it's not like first of all, let's make it clear. Like, I want to put this on record. I wanted Thibs to be fired after the Pacers series loss. I wanted Thibs out of here. I wanted him to be fired. So I was on a bandwagon to fire Thibs bandwagon, right? But the problem is Mike Brown. He's not showing that he's a better replacement. He's not showing it so far.
You
Thibs
know,
had
I
to
may
go
disagree.
after Thibs got exposed after the Pacers debacle. He got exposed, so he had to go. But the problem is, I don't know if Mike Brown is the right replacement. He's not showing it.
That's true.
Not consistently. I got to disagree. I think not consistently, but there are flashes where it's obvious Mike Brown is a better replacement for Tibbs, or better than Tibbs was for what we needed. Tibbs, I think, again, I praise Tibbs. I acknowledge what he did, all the stuff he did to get to where we got to. And I saw the wall that he hit. And the wall seems like he was just stubborn about giving other guys opportunities beyond his core 6 or 7. And then flexibility within the game. And there have been, I'm going to say, probably half the games we've won this year, I saw Brown do things that Tibbs wouldn't have done that got us to win.
Right.
And that's parts of the game that I want to see more consistently from Brown. Because that means that we know he has it in him, but I do acknowledge that Mr. Nice Guy, and it could be a New Yorker thing. You know, we're from New York, and you know how we are.
Mhm.
We don't smile in the subway. We're not gonna be looking. Don't look at me. Don't smile. What?
He smiles too much, man. I don't like it.
I know, but it's
Smiles too goddamn. You don't smile. Would you ever see Pat Riley and Tom Thibodeau smile after a loss?
Never.
They wouldn't even smile after a win.
Would you ever see a coach hug another coach after that?
They wouldn't even smile after a win.
Kicked cat in the groin,
smiley, man. I don't like that
dragged
shit.
him down. He snuggled. Freaking sir.
This is a statement game against the Pistons.
Not the snuggle.
Yeah, he brought out
the snuggle.
After that Golden State game, he was snuggling freaking that Steve Kerr. He's like, yeah, I love. He had a smile from here to here. That's after Towns got jumped by Draymond and them. And
was he the big spoon or little spoon?
No, he was spooning. He was spooning and snuggling that man. I'm telling you, he was whispering fondue recipes in his ear. It was disgusting.
That was terrible. That was.
You know why this loss? Hey,
he lost me right there. He lost me right there. And
you know why this loss was so bad?
Mm-hmm.
He had a whole week of the All-Star break to study the previous 2 games we lost against the Pistons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, facts.
He had a whole week to study.
Mm-hmm.
They were out Duran and Stewart, and they still whipped their ass for the 3rd straight game.
I can't.
And you're full strength. You have 2 All-Stars. Your whole OG's back. Your whole team is healthy, and you still managed to get smoked by Cade Cunningham and a bunch of role players.
No excuse.
That's all they are.
No excuse.
Yeah, Cade Cunningham, and the second best player is what? Asar Thompson?
Preach, brother, preach.
Asar Thompson was their second best player on the team. He's a role player. He's a defensive player. And they smoked us.
Mm.
And you had a whole week to study these. Oh my, I swear.
Reese, I get it, man. Hey, I appreciate, and I want to say thank you
How are we winning the championship? I don't see it. I do not see it. But
I get it, man. I get it.
Don't blow a blood vessel, though.
I have no idea.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. This is for you. I mean, but don't get me wrong. You're warranted, but hold on.
See if I know the ledge.
Don't jump out that window. It's all right. It's okay. We're gonna get through it, brother. We're gonna get through it. I'm here. I'm with you. Let me get to my guy LV live and get his thoughts and everything. But I do want to say this. I want to say there's no excuse for it's I get it. You know, you have relationships around the league. You know, your personality is your personality, but there's a little something about gamesmanship too, right? You can easily, you know, get, hey, good game. All right. Walk off the court Talk to your team, do what you got to do, your usual thing. These people are, these people. Hey, send a text to Bickerstaff. Hey, that was a great game, man. I just want to give you kudos. You got that team ready. We're gonna see you again, but good job by you. Hey, don't do that in front of everybody, in front of your team, in front of the fans. Like, just there's a time and place. And this man was under Greg Popovich for years. Greg Popovich, when the game was over and his team didn't play well, he's definitely not smiling. He was mad. All right. And then be out. If they won, once in a blue, you might see him smile a little bit and then be chuckling it up. But game face, poker face. I don't know. Mike Brown got to get it together. He got to understand that even if it's not warranted, even if you shouldn't look at a play, look, it doesn't matter. It's how we perceive it, how the fans perceive it, how the players on the court. Like, you see Jalen Brunson after games. Even him, when he knows players less, if they win, he might smile a little bit, but it seems sometimes he's not even smiling when they win. It's just like, come on, man. Just go out there and understand we getting our tail kicked. This is the third time. And then you're at the Garden, and they don't have players, and we still got beat by 15. That's upsetting. All right. LV Live, my brother. How's everything, man?
Hey, what's shaking, boys? Ron, what's going on? Nick Nation.
What's the deal, brother? What's the deal?
Salute, brother. What's shaking? I see all my guys in the chat. Vaughn Allen, what's going on, man? Appreciate you guys coming through, rocking with Ron and his crew. Everybody in here, CC, all my guys, David Smith. Yeah, man, listen, you guys got a great channel, man. I wanted to hop on and kind of chime in, man. You guys are doing great work, man. So keep it going. All right. Everybody, make sure you hit that like, share, subscribe button for my man Ron, man. You guys are doing great things. So make sure you do
my
that.
guy. And same to you and yours, man. I don't know. We haven't had you up here, so
yeah. Let me tell you something about brother too. I love that wall. All that stuff you got, and let me borrow all of that right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
By the way,
this ain't me, man. This is Miss LB, man. She hooked me up, man. She tightened me up. Yeah.
That's what's up.
You know what
by
I
the
mean?
way, LB, I'm in Miami. I'm not in LA right now, so I can't get it on.
What do you call that? A serial borrower. I love that. I want that. Adopt me.
Yes, please.
Please. I'm following that from now on. I'm doing that too.
So LB, I'm in Miami right now, not in LA. This is Wiz. How you been, my man?
Oh,
you know,
LA, what's going on, my guy?
All right.
Oh, man, he's one of my day ones. Hey, what's going on, man? Appreciate you,
All
brother.
the way. Support this channel, man. Support this channel. LB's got it going on, man.
Absolutely, that's my guy, Wiz. So yeah, man. Listen, man. I think everyone's making a lot of great points, man. But I think this is easy, right? You know, we all understood what the situation was when Mike Brown came over here. This is not like taking over Charlotte. Like, this is not that. Like, this is a ready-win situation. And so anybody in here, Ron, Knicks Nation, Wiz, anybody come in, you can roll the ball out there and we're going to get 50 wins. That's how good of a team we are. I mean, that's just how good we are. Let's just tell the truth. So this has been a build-up for Leon. You know, everyone's known he's wanted Towns here for the longest. He's wanted Towns. That's why he made the deal. He wanted Brunson. That's why they got in trouble from over there. And San Antonio I'm not San Antonio, excuse me, Dallas, and they got in trouble for that because they were pretty much, trying to go after Brunson. It was very evident. So he systematically put this team together. So let's identify that. So the reality is that when Brown came over and took this over, it was he has no choice. He has to win because of what Tibbs did. Tibbs laid the groundwork. So the biggest thing for any coach, this is any coach, is adaptability. You got to be able to adapt. If you look at Pat Riley, what he did, right? What was he? He was Showtime Lakers, right? That's what he did with the Showtime. When he came to the Knicks and he had those bruises with Oakley, Ewing, he had to adapt. He could not be Showtime Lakers with those Knicks. We wouldn't have won. Lakers, he was averaging 130. With the Knicks, it was 89, 90 points. That's just what it was. So with Mike Brown here, the biggest thing that he had to do, which he made it, I think he dropped the ball here. And I think he's struggling now trying to figure it out. Is whatever happened with him and Towns and whatever that situation was, he dropped the ball with that. And when Towns came on preseason and said, I don't know what my role was, that's problem one. That should have been a red flag right then and there. Because the reality is this. I love Brunson. I do. But Towns has got a better trophy case in this league than Brunson does. Let's be honest. Brunson's only had 2 or 3 seasons with us at the top of the league. Towns has got 6 out of 10. So let's be honest. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. That's just the truth. He has limitations like most players do. But he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's lived up to everything that he was supposed to be. He was the number 1 player coming out of high school, number 1 player coming out of college. He's the rookie of the year. He's averaging the numbers he's doing. He made it to the Western Conference Finals before he got here. He made it to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since the Knicks in 30 years is a big part of him. 25-12 last year. Excuse my language. How the hell do you come in here and you make him change up everything? That makes no sense. That is coaching malpractice. We know what he is. Leon knows who he is. I'm not going to tell Towns, I want you to be a defender like Mitch or like Sabonis. There's no way you do that. There's no way you do that. So now you mess up the chemistry with that. That's the situation with Brown, why I think the team is struggling. The other dynamic is this. I don't know if you guys heard when Brunson had I watched his roommate's show and he had Perkins on there. Big Perkins was on there talking to him, and he was just telling Brunson how great he is and how proud he is of him, his accomplishments. But he looked at Brunson, he told him, and this is a key word here, everybody in the chat, including you, Ron, everybody listen to this. He said, you're going to have to sacrifice, man. If you want this, you're going to have to sacrifice. That's the key word here.
Right.
And all the great players, and when I mean great, I'm speaking of the top of the food chain. That's Michael Jordan. When he was averaging 36, 37, Phil Jackson said, hey, man, you can't do that with this team. You're going to have to average 30 or 31. You're going to have to use this triangle and use these guys around you. Then you're going to break through and win championships. That's basically Perkins looking at Brunson without telling him is, hey, man, you're going to have to kind of lean on these guys. Mm-hmm. Leon didn't give up 5 picks for Bridges to only be taking a couple of shots. He didn't make the move for Towns to come over here and be doing. Brunson's going to have to not. We don't need 27, 29 a game. We don't. 21-12. If Cat is with Detroit, 25-12, Kate might be averaging 20 assists. If he's with anybody else, any guard's going to make sure, yo, man, I got a weapon here. I'm going to use this and kind of like, yo, use that. Head Bridges on back cuts. Easily, Brunson should be having 21-12 a night. This is easy. This is not hard hoops. But if he's trying to say, I want to get mines and I want to get my points, that's not sacrifice. So you got to identify that. He's the man. You're going to have to take a step back. You think Jordan wanted to take a step back to Pippen? He had to in order to win. I'm speaking of the greats. The greats. Magic Johnson, the greats. He knew he had to kind of bow down to Kareem, even though Kareem wasn't the player he was, but everything ran through Kareem. So you got to understand that's what happens when you want to win a championship. We're not speaking of winning games, winning championships. And I think that's the thing that we all got to identify here. What's the goal? And so the main guys, we're not going nowhere without Cat. I don't care how bad he is. He needs to be exactly what he was last year. And that's why we got as far as we did. Brunson's going to have to make sure he's using these guys the way he should. Now, the great players understand that based on the game and what's going on in the game, it's 3 minutes left where we need a bucket. Okay, everybody chill out. Now it's time. The great players understand that. And he's got to be able to identify that, man. And that's going to be the big part of what we do and how far we go with this crew. What say you boys?
Well, I was going to say that is dope, LV. I appreciate that. I hear exactly what you're saying, and there's no dispute and argument there. I think you're absolutely right. But I will take it a step further and say that I think 2 things also have to be recognized is that it also has to come down from the coach too. I mean, Brunson obviously can decide to lean on his fellow teammates, but if the coach is not with it, then the coach is going to kind of look at Brunson sideways and say, hey, come on, man, I need you to do that. And Brunson has to be able to point that out to the coach. Like, we need to get our guys involved. This is what they're doing. They blitzing me, they double teaming me, and my man is over here wide open. We need to if we can get those shots, their defense will lay off, which will make it easier for me to get my opportunities. Like stuff like that. The coach gotta be on the same page and be like, listen. The other thing too, I will say is, this is going to be the hardest part for the coach and for Brunson, is now that we already know that Jalen Brunson won Clutch Player of the Year in the NBA last year, all this stuff, last couple minutes of the games, they know the ball is going to be in Brunson's hands. 8 times out of 10, he makes the right decision and makes stuff happen. But what we've noticed a little bit last year, we're seeing it, a little bit more this year. In these last minutes, Brunson is getting blitzed and he's getting flustered, and sometimes he's not always making the right play. So he also has to say, hey, I know I'm the guy. I know it's 3 minutes or whatever left on the clock. And I know this is when I should step up. And this is what everybody's looking for. But I also got to recognize that they're coming at me and putting me in a bad position. So I have to first look around to my teammates to see what I can make a play off of before having to go down and take the final shot of whatever possession. And I think that's one thing that I know Brunson is fighting with. He hasn't really captured that. I definitely know that's something he's struggling with, and we need him to get that. Even the greats have shown moments where they've had to acquiesce. Kobe's done it. It took Michael Jordan a bunch of times before he was able to do it, but we've seen he made that. He made a pass to B.J. Armstrong. He made a pass to Kerr in the corner in the last seconds, and we've seen most notoriously he made that jump pass to Bill Winnington to secure a victory in the playoff. Like, these are the type of things that at some point you got to say, okay, I got to make the pass. I go back to it. I bring it up a lot. I just want to say it one more time. We saw it last year. I wasn't expecting it, and it worked out. There was a game against, I don't remember if it was Detroit or Orlando. All I could tell you, it was a blue team. My memory sucks. But it was last seconds of the game, and Brunson had the shot, and instead of taking it, he kicked it to OG from the corner. OG knocked down the three. We won the game. Like, you have to be willing to make that play and believe in your teammates. That
was against Memphis.
I see. I knew it was a blue team, y'all. Hey, I knew that much. So yeah, I mean, that's a moment where you gotta make that decision and say, listen, we live and die here. It's the same thing when he does it on his own. When we needed 2 to win the game and he shoots a 3. That's you can get, if you miss that 3, he hit it when he did it. But if he missed that 3, he's going to be the heel of the night. So you got to.
Can I say this though?
Yeah. Go ahead.
We keep saying, oh, we don't want Brunson to be a ball hog. He can't hog the ball. Who are you supposed to pass it to? Everybody else is shooting bricks half the time. Mikel's shooting bricks. OG shooting bricks. Town shooting bricks. Everybody else but Brunson shooting bricks. You can't trust nobody on the team but Brunson.
Reese, I got to give you pushback, Reese. Reese, listen, Reese. That's not accurate, Reese. These guys, Cat is an all NBA guy, man. You can't think about it because of one game or 2 games. You got to think of the whole complexity of who he is as a player. That's not what he does. Mikal Bridges is the same way. These guys aren't scrubs, man. But you got to make sure that you're getting them in their spots to where they're really good players. That's why he's at the top of the key. He's handling the ball. He's the facilitator. So you're as a facilitator and leader of the team, there's going to be times, yes, when those guys are having off nights. We understand that. But if you think of the total complexity of who these guys are and what they do, these guys are really, really good ball players. So he's the head of the snake. He's going to have to make sure, and that's why I talked about, and the key word is sacrifice. You're going to have to do that. This is not saying that they're not going to miss shots. It's not saying they're not going to have off nights. But this is a course of 82 games and into the playoffs. He's going to have to believe in his teammates. He cannot shoot the ball 30. He can't be getting 33 points and 8 assists. That can't happen. He's got too many weapons. So he's easy to guard, Reese.
Let me say this. Do you know how many times, not just this game, the whole year, I've seen Brunson pass it to Mikel, pass it to OG, pass it to Towns, wide open, and they brick the shot. You know how many times I've seen that this year? Brunson should not be averaging 6 assists. He should be averaging 9 assists. But if you pass it to somebody, you know what goes into an assist? The person that you pass it to has to make the shot for it to be considered an assist. So he should be averaging at least 3 more assists. But these guys, they miss shots. They're not dependable.
Okay.
They're not.
I'm gonna be.
He's passing the ball. They're just not making the shots.
I'm gonna go down the middle with that. By the way, before you go, I'm gonna say it's more often occurs where the guys who are hot, plus it doesn't pass them while they are hot. And yes, I've seen too often that he passed the guys who are off, or he's not passing them the way even Kolek is passing to them, where they're in rhythm with their shot. So I think it's a combination of both. But for me, it's too often that Brunson is taking shots when the other guys are hot, and he's not feeding the hot hand. That happens more often.
Hot? Wait.
You just last 2 games ago.
Wait. During the season, who's gotten hot consistently for the Knicks other than Brunson?
Each game is unique in its own self. Sometimes OG was hot, Mikal was hot, Shamus is hot, Cat's hot, and I've watched Brunson three games ago, Mikal was like 8 of 10, and Brunson took
Macau
the
was hot
last
maybe
three
once every 5
shots.
games.
And
Macau was never hot.
Reese, Reese,
wait a
Reese,
second,
Reese,
I'm
4 games ago, you didn't see Mikal's. Look
yeah,
at the 4
Reese.
games ago.
Who's
We
that?
lost the game. It
Who's that?
was the
Who's that?
Indiana game,
Who,
and Brunson took the last 4 shots without passing the ball once he brought the ball up. He
who's
did not feed.
who's speaking right now? I'm sorry. I just want to get your name.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Wiz. It's
Oh,
Oh, it's
Wiz.
Wiz.
Wiz
Okay, Wiz.
speaking.
I'm sorry, Wiz. I can't see the names. Reese, what Wiz is talking about is the game. It was against Indiana against the Pistons.
Exactly.
That's what we're talking about, Reese. Where Bridges had the hot hand, and Brunson continued to go 1-4 flat across. That's what he's speaking of. We're not saying you can't make Reese. Here's what I'm saying. You can't make an open blanket statement and say all these guys are off all the time. You can't do that because that's not what's happening. Are there moments in a game and times? Yes, that happens. But you got to think of the totality of the season and what these guys aren't breaking all the time. Like, that's not what's happening. What we're saying is Brunson's too good of a player. He's going to get his shots. But you got to make sure that these guys start seeing the ball go through the basket, easy layups, easy jump shots, those things. You got to do that as a facilitator. He's the point guard. He's not a wing. He's not a shooting guard. We understand it's combo guards now. We know that. Ron, when we were coming up, I'm giving my age now, they were strictly point guards. Like, that was it. They were facilitators. Now it's the new combo guards and all this other stuff. These guys want to shoot like shooting guards. Mm-hmm. I get that. But what he is he's a facilitator. You saw what K did the other night. Those guys aren't great offensive players. They're not. But he's got to trust in those guys. He had 42 and 13. Now, those numbers are insane. And he doesn't have the weapons that Brunson has. So that's what I'm saying. Brunson has to get better with, Reese.
Okay, first of all, Brunson averaged over 7 assists last year. It went down dramatically because of the system he's playing in now. Mike Brown hasn't playing a lot of off ball this year, so his role is kind of different than it was last year. He's averaging less assists because of the role he's in now this year under Mike Brown, and he's still averaging 6 assists. So it's not like he's not passing, but when he does pass, these guys they're not knocking down shots consistently where Brunson can trust them. He doesn't trust most of them because they're not consistent. They're not.
Yeah, but what it is it's a combination of what a lot of you guys are saying, but we're still missing the principle of it, and the principle of it is the schematics of it, the system in which they run. The problem is that when Brunson does even go to pass, there needs to be more off-ball action to free guys up to get them going downhill, because the basis of Mike's system, one of the keys of what he always talks about is the spray points. We've always constantly hit that. But how can you get a spray point if you're not moving enough of off-ball action where we don't have great ball handlers? If you don't have great ball handlers, that means that you need to have consistent off-ball action to free a guy up, because you're saying this is that, hey, I'm not asking you to cross a bunch of guys over to get what's in here. I'm just asking you, when you come off that screen and that curl, when you freed yourself up, is to grab that ball, start aiming downhill, which then causes an alert, because as soon as you touch the paint, that is like touching the paint is like saying, hey, 70% of an alarm. Everybody's going to react. That's the point. And then when he's talking about the kick and spray, but there's not enough action which happening off ball to clear guys up to get that happening. That's why a lot of us have always been screaming about this system, and that it's too vanilla. You come into the first, once he crosses that half line, and then all of a sudden you'll see about 4 seconds of a development, and then all of a sudden you see guys freezing and standing around. And then know the areas in which they are standing on a consistent basis. Like, I can bet dollars for dime and say, hey, I'm a blind person. I bet you Cat's at the top of the key. I bet you OG's on the right wing. I bet you Mikhail's over there on the left side. What's the name? There's things that we can close our eyes literally and say, hey, and right now we're all at the stop of the point of this. It's like looking at Mike Brown like, bop, stop it, Mike Brown.
So Nick Nation, so is that Brunson's fault? Is that fair to blame Brunson?
No. We're not saying directly that's Brunson's fault, but to be worked within this system that, you know what I mean? There are flaws in the point of the system. So they're all going to be flaws in the points of the players. And is Brunson getting our issues with Brunson is that we all know is that it's a squeeze, more of a crunch time, or where things are getting tighter is that Brunson has to be more disciplined still to run the offense. But on a proper note, as you're saying too, the players must be able to do something with it. And right
Thank
now,
you.
currently in this system, they're not able to do as much as they should be to be doing with it. And that's one of the
That's why
main
I put less of the blame on
between it.
Brunson and more on the supporting cast and on Mike Brown. Everybody,
And
oh,
we
Brunson
pick
got to
it.
pass more. Brunson got to pass more.
Well,
It's not
well,
Brunson.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ron. Ron, go ahead,
All
Ron.
right, let me do this first. Let me read these quick super chats because I missed them before. I apologize, my guy. I thought I read the first one at least, but I guess I didn't. So my apologies, my brother. Let me just read these real quick. And so the first super chat was shout out to NYC B-Ball. Thank you for the generous super chat. I said, peace, Ron, in the chat. Let's go, Knicks. Appreciate you, my guy. And your other super chat was, you know what it is. Knicks were in a nice groove before the break. We all know this version against the Pistons is not our identity. I hear you, my brother. And, you know, that's the thing, man. What is the Knicks' identity? It's really up in the air. I believe it's balanced. I believe that's who they are now. They're not necessarily a great defensive team. They're not necessarily, I mean, they're a really good offensive team. I don't want to take that away from them, but they kind of do rely a little too much on the outside shot. But when they can have a combination of both and say, listen, we will take what's given to us, and if it's not there, we will go get this. That's when I can say they are a great offensive team. But I definitely do think that both parts can work together and they can be very balanced. I think that's their new identity, but we'll see. Well, what I wanted to get to is the point about, and I agree with everything that was just said. I think that it is on Brunson, but it's not all on Brunson. But I will say Brunson's fault in it is because when the team has a game plan, a style of play that they're going out trying to execute, and when things aren't working, Brunson feels the need, because that's how it's been, and no one has corrected him because they expect it to be this way. That's the problem. That's the Mike Brown part of it. When the team is not scoring, he will go out there and that I said this, I'm going to say this again. When Brunson first came to the Knicks, the first thing I noticed about Jalen Brunson is if you watch him out there, he's looking at what's going on the opposite end of the court. When the other team scores, he's coming right back down trying to get a bucket. He's trying to keep pace with the other team. That's what I noticed when he first got here. Then I noticed, okay, they scored 2 times in a row. Now they're up 5, but they just shot a 3. Brunson will come down and try to shoot a 3 and cut the lead back. So he is the type that not only does he feel the need to score for the team, he's the type to keep the team in the game by keeping us close, and or if we're leading, to extend the lead. That is who Jalen Brunson is to his core. I've noticed it since the first days we got him. That's who I was looking at. I'm like, hey, nobody else on the Knicks was doing this. But I'm seeing that's how he plays. Okay, fine. When things aren't going well, Brunson needs to understand, okay, this didn't work out well. I have to, score a little bit here, but don't abandon the system. Now you got to go back, okay? Go back to what y'all were doing. Don't just leave it, now that you've done your thing, go back to what you were doing and believe it into the rest of the guys. But what I wanted to say about Mike Brown's part of it is this stuff has to happen from the beginning of the game and continue throughout the game. Mike Brown's put this system in place. Do you think the Knicks are playing the same way they played when they started the season? No, it doesn't look the same way. I don't see the same types of cuts and screens and back curls and all this stuff that I was watching when Macau was looking like the best thing since sliced bread out there. He was the one making this system go. I don't see the same Macau action. It has a lot to do with what the team is doing, obviously, because it's supposed to be a read and react system. But what's the read? What's the react? Like that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. I'm like, we're getting away from what we was doing before. How do we get back to that? So my question is, can they get back to what they were doing before consistently? And that way Brunson knows from the coach, hey, continue to work the program, work the process. Let's keep doing what we're doing. All right. So that's what I'm talking about.
Hey,
So
listen, Ron.
I agree with you, Ron.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Wiz, and then I'll go back to LV.
All right, good.
Okay, so yeah, Ron, I think you're on the path I was kind of going on, and I don't think anyone can deny when Brunson's out of the game, when Brunson was injured, we're doing 30 assists a game, and I don't think there's anyone getting double-digit assists. I think when Brunson has the ball, Actually, let's just do again. We're using Kolek when he walks up the court or he has the ball in mid court. Guys are cutting or moving towards him to get the ball, handed off to them. When Brunson is there, guys stand in the corner, old tip style, and they wait for the ball. OG and McCall. But when everybody else has the ball with a Shabbat, even Deuce, you see guys coming to ready to possibly take the ball from him, and they always give the ball up. Brunson rarely does, and I think it's not blaming Brunson; it's blaming everybody, including the coach, for not maintaining a style that players are moving. Because maybe it's just too much respect for Brunson, knowing he can do it by himself, or it's just that laid back mentality of watching the guy where LeBron used to be like that, where they used to just watch him and go ahead, take over the game. And that could be them deferring to the leader, to the captain. And maybe that's what it is. It's some kind of subconscious thought process where they defer to him when he has the ball rather than do what they do with a Kolek or a Deuce or a Shabbat or DeLon Wright last year, whatever, or Cam last year. They walk up and go, oh yeah, he's gonna give the ball up. I can take the ball further because I'm a better player or I'm a star player. And Brunson, they're like, oh, he's the star. Let him do what he does, and then we'll see how it plays out. Which comes back to that laid back, too passive a game plan or game style that causes us to lose a game. That's my thought. It's not Brunson. It's everybody, but it kind of leads to how can Brunson become more of the let guys not defer to him and become more inclusive where he tells them, hey, I'm not the king. Let's make this a democracy. Something like that.
I agree. Let me get to LV.
Yeah, listen, boys. I apologize. I got to shake, man. I just wanted to hop on real quick. Listen, great talks from you guys. Listen, man, all great points. Everybody make sure you hit that like, share, subscribe on for my guy, Ron, man. He does great content. Hey, listen, man, it comes back to the same thing. Everyone's saying great points. Everybody, Reese, everybody. Adaptability, man. The coach has got to adapt to his players. He's got to have that. He's got to make some changes. To your points, the offense was a certain way earlier. Why are things changing up now? He's got to have adaptability. He's got to be better because at the end of the day, this is the team that they put together, man. This is it. This is the squad. Yeah. So he's got to make it work because the reality is this. His seat is hot, man, because, listen, Tibbs did what he did, man. You can say what you want about Tibbs. Tibbs got us to Eastern Conference Finals. First time in 30-something years. So, listen, results matter. Resumes matter. And that's the thing he's got to deal with, man. So, to me, at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff falls on his shoulders. Listen, Ron, great show. I'm out of here. Listen, let's get a win tonight, man. LV Live, I'm out of here.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, my
Peace,
brother.
LV.
Definitely. If y'all haven't checked out LV's show, man, for real. LV Live, check it out. Go
put his joint in the thing.
Like and subscribe, all that good stuff, man.
You should have put his thing in the chat.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab it and put it in there for him.
All right, cool.
and Ron, remind me later, not now, but I want to comment about the narrative of Brunson took a pay cut. That's the narrative I want to address because
all right, I'll see if I mean,
vanity show.
Somebody with a so memory to remind him. I don't know.
Oh, that's right.
So I just saw what's name is here, Latoria.
Latoria.
Good people. How are we today?
We all right.
Everybody jumping off the ledge, huh?
Yeah, not quite. Almost. I'm on the ledge.
Listen, I to put no emphasis on this game, so I'm just fine. I was very clear. I didn't care if we won or lost, so I was just fine with this game. I'm not a Mike Brown fan, I can tell you that. but I'm not jumping off the cliff because we lost this game. I'm not. You know why we lost though, Wiz? Because Deuce wasn't playing.
There we go. That's
Deuce.
right, my VP. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Deuce is it.
I kind of chimed in a little late, but I definitely caught when LV was talking, and he said exactly what I say all the time. You can't win without Cat. And Mike Brown is a whole fool for what he's doing. A whole fool, because you had the system laid out for you. All you had to do is come in and use your bench a little bit more, and everybody would say you was a genius.
Yeah.
That's it. The blueprint was laid out for him. They gave that man the keys to the house, and he letting people come in and trash it.
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Wow.
Tori, listen, I think the bottom line is Mike Brown. I don't know if it's a humbling thing. I don't know what's going on. No one's questioning the man's pedigree. We know he's got chops in the league. He's done a lot of good things. He's been a part of a lot of great programs. You in a new place here, things are kind of little. They're not off the rails, but they definitely they're moving slow through the station. So we gotta figure out how to get back to what he was doing earlier in the year. Just incorporate it again, because what the bottom line is obviously this team can be exactly what it was last year. We know that it's a lot of the same people. The core is here. So you run into a couple problems where certain things, little hiccups, it's not working the right way. You change the lineup. You kind of go condense it a little bit, go back to 7-8 man lineup, and now you got some other players, so you can extend it a little bit. But you kind of you almost going back to Tibbs ways, but you're not fully Tibbs ways because you ain't playing Tibbs defense per se. Even though they had a great stretch during that win streak,
right?
But I think that he's got to go back to some of the stuff he was doing before, because they need to work on that stuff and get right for the playoffs. Because then what's the point of having Mike Brown here? That's the difference. He's supposed to give us something different that'll be a little better to allow us to go further than what we got last year. So whatever he was trying to do, he can't just stray away from it. And some of these guys, especially the guys that are struggling a little bit, look, OG's going to be all right, but how long it's going to take for OG to get his rhythm back, don't know. But we know OG eventually is going to find it. But Macau is struggling, and Macau has no reason to struggle.
And that's crazy, right? Because the system is the system, and he looked so good in it for the first quarter of the season.
That's what I'm saying.
Great basketball.
Tori, they got to get back to whatever the hell they were doing before. Listen,
what they were doing before wasn't
simple
good
to say it. They just, I don't know why they're getting away from it. And it's not, like I said, part of it's Brunson, because when Brunson sees that kind of things are going on, appreciate that, LV. Thank you for putting that in the chat. When Brunson starts to see that people are going off the rails a little bit, and he's got to do his thing, okay. But it's not for Brunson to cut it off. Brunson is a scorer.
I don't want a world, right? I don't want a world where Jalen Brunson is not comfortable doing his thing.
Right. He's got to be able to do it.
If he's not doing his thing, we're not winning.
Correct.
Right?
That's
but he also has to understand that he's not on a team by himself anymore.
True.
He has people around him that he can go to. They're reliable. I just don't get it. I don't know what your game plan could have. Like, how could you have come here, just like LB said, and I say it all the time, and take Karl Anthony Towns from a 25 and 12 guy to just getting rebounds, to barely scoring, to come on, man. Like, you literally dropping the ball.
Latoria,
this is not working.
Sorry, Latoria. How can you expect Brunson to have faith?
No, hold on, wait. I don't want you to go down the rabbit hole with Brunson, because I heard you getting upset anytime somebody said anything about Jalen Brunson. And at the end of the day, Jalen Brunson is a Knick, and he deserves criticism just like everybody else. Because you was going off the rails.
Believe me.
Go ahead, go. Now you go.
Believe me, I wanted to throw my remote at Jalen Brunson's head during the last game because he turned the ball over 6 times. That pissed me off. So I always criticize Brunson. I always do. But I'm saying, when people come up with this narrative, he got to pass more. He got to pass more. How should he?
Listen,
how
wait.
can he have?
I'm the first person that'll defend him, because I know where you're going, because I say it too. Jalen Brunson will go off and start shooting when his teammates, he passing the ball and they're not scoring, right? And I get it, because I'm the first person to say
else on this team besides Brunson can create their own shots.
Right.
Listen, you're not wrong, right? I'm not disagreeing with you. But what I'm right. Listen.
Hold on, Reese. Hold on.
They're not wrong, right? Jalen Brunson is the best player on his team. He can create his own shot. But when he comes into the building, like he did against Detroit, and decided that he was going to win the game, is when we falter. Because he never tried to get the teammates involved. He walked into the building and said, I got it. And at the end of the day, you don't have to have it by yourself.
Brunson had 8 assists.
And that's where my problem. Is where my problem with him lies in the system.
Brunson had 8 assists.
Share the basketball in
Brunson
order
had
for your
8
teammates
assists.
to get
No,
I know how many assists he had. I watched the game. But what I'm saying, Jesus Christ, man.
And they missed like 20 shots.
Jesus Christ. Jalen Brunson is God. He can never do no wrong. Let's just leave it there. That was literally, remember that game when Cat had 40 and 12 and and Coach Brown got up there and criticized them. Oh, that was in 40. We lost, and that was an empty 40 points. That literally was the most empty 33 points and 8 assists I've ever seen the captain put up. That
They
man
missed
was being
20
Facts.
shots,
selfish a lot in that
Facts.
game, and
and he
he
still had
walked
8
into
assists.
that game deciding that he was going to be the person.
But
Jalen
he
has
wasn't
an
passing.
ego.
Right? They
He
missed
is
like a
the
million
reason.
shots,
He
and he
is
still
him
had
and
8 assists.
Brown are the reason. Are a big part of the reason that they lost that game. You can't give Carl Anthony Towns 2 shots in the game in the first half of a game when he is the dominant player. He is your person that's gonna get you the points. He's the person that they can't stop, which is why he rallied off them 8, 10 points in a row. And then what they did, put him on the bench.
Well, okay.
Jalen is not always the best guy to go to.
This
You
is
should have
true.
started the game running through Cat because they big men was out.
I,
And this is my problem with Brown, and it's my problem with Jalen. You got the ball in your hand, give it to him.
hey, I'm gonna say I agree with you on that,
Oh my
especially
god.
in the Detroit game because Cat was shooting well. He shot 50%. He wasn't shooting bad. So it's not like that. Listen, let's call a spade a spade. There's been other games where we wanted to get Cat more involved, and he wasn't shooting well, and his shot was being predictable. It was getting blocked. He wasn't getting
Right,
the
but that
foul
wasn't
calls.
this game,
No,
Ron.
no, I know. I'm just saying that. But I will say that if there's a game to get on Jalen Brunson, and I get that, of course, could he have got guys more involved in the game? But what I want to say is this is the game that you won't want to necessarily point to Brunson as much as the coach, because the coach is the one who has to stop Brunson and say, I said this years with Tibbs. If there's a problem with it, the coach got to stop it. Because the player is going to continue to do what they're doing unless the coach has an issue with it. Because a lot of times what Brunson's doing is what the coach wants him to do.
But Ron,
Coach
but
ain't making
Ron,
a big
Right,
deal
but
about
Ron,
it.
can I ask you a
this
question, Ron?
entire season, Ron, he's never done that.
I,
Not one time this entire season has he stopped Jalen Brunson from being. And again,
I
I don't
agree.
want this to be a thing because I love Jalen Brunson. And if it was up to me, I say take 40 shots a game. Because he's your best player and one most likely to put the ball in a hole, right? I
Ron,
don't have a problem with Jalen being Jalen. But at the end of the day, that's not the system.
Right.
Ron,
Right.
can I ask you a question,
Yeah.
please? Brunson had 8 assists last game, right?
Right.
Oh, good God. These assists.
And did they miss a million shots, or am I just seeing stuff? Did they miss a million shots?
Well, hold on.
And he
So
still had 8 assists, right?
he
So
did
that's
have
end of
8 assists.
discussion right there. He was passing the
There's
ball.
No,
that's
They were
it's
just
not
not.
missing
in
the
the
shot.
discussion. What
No,
does
it's
They
that
were just
not.
missing
mean?
the shot, but he was passing
What
the
Stop.
does
ball.
that mean?
My man,
Wait,
stop for a
If you have
second.
8
One second.
assists and you
Brunson
miss a
is a
million
Knick,
shots,
Hold
Hold
and
on.
he
on.
is
wait,
not
no,
Hold
above
on.
criticism, bro.
use
Like
Yo,
you
logic.
Tori,
gotta
Tori.
call a spade a
Wait,
spade.
use
When he
logic.
having
One
a bad,
second.
listen. When he
Latoria,
have a
wait,
bad outing, he
wait.
have a bad outing.
Use logic. If he has 8 assists and they
I am
miss a
losing
million,
logic.
wait, Latoria, wait. If he
Okay,
has 8 assists and they miss a million wide open shots, obviously that should tell you he was passing the ball. They were
Not
just missing the
necessarily.
shots.
Not necessarily.
He should have
Stop for a
15
second.
assists.
Stop for a
all of those
second.
They're
shots that
Yo.
missing
people
wide
missed
Se-
open
didn't come
shots.
from
What are you
Jalen.
talking about?
Yo,
Every
Tori,
shot that
Tori,
was
one
missed
second.
didn't come
Get,
from
Hold
Jalen
on.
Brunson's hands.
He is passing the ball. He's passing the
okay,
ball. They're just
stop
not
for a
making the
second.
shot.
One second. One second. One second.
He's passing
You
the ball.
cannot. You ever heard a term about correlation? It's like, I'm just saying, it does not necessarily mean because one, he had 8 assists, or two, they missed a lot of shots, that he would have had more assists and he was passing the ball excessively or enough. The fact that they got missed shots doesn't mean that he passed the ball to them. Maybe you should watch the game back and see how many times that the ball was bought by somebody else who passed the ball and missed a shot. It wasn't him facilitating. Two, the passes he made to the guys were not in positions where they actually had a decent and easy enough shot.
They were
They may
wide
have had a
open
shot,
most
but
of the
not in
time.
their rhythm. So don't try to automatically assume that because he passed the ball to them, they should
OG
have
missed
scored the
4 wide
ball.
open 3-point shots.
My
Mikel missed
man,
wide open shots.
again, I'm not disagreeing that he had opportunities, but guys are going to miss shots. I mean,
They
I
missed like a
guarantee that
what?
K could have had 25 assists, and I've watched games where guys have 20 rebounds. I used to remember Kevin Love with Minnesota. He'd be a 20-20 man and didn't result in a win because there were not opportunistic positions where he did it. He just got it. Fortunately, but he didn't do it in a way that could actually generate
Wait.
points or help to win the game. So let's go back to Brunson. Is he the best facilitator? No.
They
Is
can't
he a
create their
solid
own
one? Is
shot.
he a good
Nobody
one?
can create their own shot on this team, but
Is
Brunson.
What
he's
does
not the
that
only
have to
one, by the
do
way,
with
that can create his
anything?
He
own
can't
shot, by the
create their
way.
own shot.
He's not
What
the
is he
only one who
supposed to
can create
do?
his
What
own
is he
shot, by
supposed
the
to do?
way. He's not the only one who can create his own shot in the team, by the
He's
way.
the
But
only
I'm not
one
gonna he's not the only one, but he's the best one. But he's not the
consistently.
only
Mikel
one.
can't do it consistently.
Oh
Okay,
God.
OG
my
damn
man,
sure
my
can't do
Okay.
man,
it.
man.
Everybody,
Again,
listen. Let's
can you
just
Tori,
say
one second,
Jalen's the best
Tori.
and leave it alone.
He's the best. He's the
Yeah,
best.
that's
Can I
it.
just say
Jalen's
he's
the
the
best.
best?
Nobody's
He's not the only
he's never gonna
one,
have a bad
but
game.
he's
He's
the
never making bad
best.
Like,
decisions.
what is Brunson supposed
Okay.
to
Just leave it
do?
there. Let's just leave it there.
Okay. Okay.
All I know,
So
all I know is
hey,
we going back and forth, and no one can hear each other. Everybody's talking over each other. I want
right.
everybody to be able to speak and say what they got on their mind. But we gotta work together. Just like we talking about, we want the team to work together. We got to work together.
Exactly.
So,
This was
so, Wiz, go ahead. Land your plane, my
okay.
brother.
So again, I'm giving you as much credit and everyone I'm giving the points. Brunson is the best facilitator on the team, not the only. He's the best. All the other guys have some limitations in their facilitation ability to create their own shots. Are they the best at passing the ball? Are they the best at scoring the ball? Are they consistent? Yes and no. And part of the blame goes to everyone, not just the shooter, but the way they got the ball. Because sometimes you don't realize how when a ball gets to you. Okay, I was a four-sport athlete. Okay, I played basketball, football, soccer, and I swam. But the three that are team sports, when the ball is given to you, sometimes it's a matter of how it gets to you, the rotation of the ball, the speed of the ball, the height. And it's when you receive it, are you ready to score it? Not every guy gonna catch a ball, got to twist to the left to then bring it around to the center to then get it lined up and then
I get,
shoot it properly.
I get what you're saying. You're talking about putting guys in position to score, leading guys and stuff. That's what
Ex-
makes the difference between a person who can pass the ball and a good passer. I get it. I
ex-
know what you're trying to say.
Exactly. So I'm sorry, but Brunson is not the best at that. He's good, but he's not the best. Yes, he got eight
But
assists,
he doesn't have to be
but
Magic Johnson. He doesn't
no,
have
we
to be
don't want
Chris
him to be
Paul.
Magic. I don't want him to be
You
any of
want him
that.
to be
Actually,
you want him wait.
I want
You want him to be Magic Johnson
can
mixed
I
with
finish
Allen
for a
Iverson. He
second? Can I
can't do that.
finish? I wanted
Reese,
what
Reese,
Brunson
let the
was what he
man
was.
say his say. Let the man. You have to respect
Can I
Reese.
finish?
Oh no, I'm gonna
What
let you
Brunson
finish, Wiz.
just
Wiz, hold on one second. Reese, we go because this is what's happening. Reese, you can't, out of respect for all of us, because we all have our takes, and you have to respect the person's take. When you jump in and interrupt them, like while he's talking, it breaks his thought. It breaks what we're trying to listen to and understand. And the same as you. What you're doing is right now is you're waiting to eventually talk and not listening to what the people are saying. So
Yeah,
you
I
have
was
to,
listening. I was listening.
yeah,
I
but
was
then
trying
you know what I mean.
respond to
You
what
have
Kev
to
was saying.
you have to calm it down a little bit because you're on a live show. So Ron is trying to produce a great product. You can't produce a great product when everything is overlapping.
Okay,
So
yeah.
you have to hold back. You know, and it takes a bit to get used to that point, but hold yourself back a bit and then allow him to what's name. You'll get your chance to give a pushback and answer, but let him complete his thought. Let Latoria complete their thoughts. Okay. So we're
Yeah,
good.
appreciate
I
that.
got you.
Let's all right, go ahead, brother.
Okay, so now you know what, this is probably the perfect time. I know it's off topic a little bit for me to bring up that point about narratives because it's a perfect example where I just mentioned that
Well,
Brunson's not the
okay, hold on
best
one
at.
second, Wiz. Just I know where you're going, and I'm cool with it. Let's just kind of keep it a little bit brief because I want to kind of wrap this up and get to everybody's stuff on my way out because I got to wrap up the show.
Okay, so without going over further, what I was trying to talk about leading the ball and what Brunson does and what he did last game, which I appreciate and I respect what he did last game, and I don't think it was totally empty, Tory.
Mhm.
But what I just mentioned about leading the ball, the player, your next response was you want to be Magic Johnson. I go, who even mentioned Magic or Stockton or anybody like that? I didn't even go there. I even compare him to Kolek. I mean, this is a third year player, Kolek, who's not even fully NBA, not even NBA starter yet. And just mention the way he does it. No one went to the level of a Hall of Fame, multiple All Star MVP level guys. I just simply mentioned that he has a little bit off from being the kind of leading the player kind of thing, and your narrative went to he's well, you want to be Magic? I mean, come on, man. Let's keep it within reason and argue the point that I'm making, not some
Yeah.
superlative that has nothing to do with what I was trying to say.
All right,
Sorry,
Wiz.
can I
And
please?
Wiz,
Can
you
I?
said you was changing the narrative. I didn't know you was gonna go back in. Like, come on, man.
no,
Please,
okay.
can I?
I was going to change the narrative,
Yeah.
but my narrative is going to be about the Brunson contract thing. And I literally had people come to me up and said, "Man, he took a pay cut, pay cut," and again, I respect Brunson. He got to be captain. His dad is on the team with a big salary. He got the max contract he could get at the time. Even he said, protect my family. I could have waited a year, but the risk of possibly getting injured. She even said, I've seen it happen. If I waited that year to try to get the bigger max contract for extra 100+ million, I could have taken a chance and not gotten it if I gotten injured and lost all of that. So don't talk about taking a salary cut. Now he did a good favor by signing right away and without looking like he was debating going to wait a year and try to go in the free agent market and shop his way and try to get an extra max. But if in a 10-year contract he's going to have when this ends, he's going to end 1 year earlier than he would have ended if he waited one more year to get the super 400+ million. So it actually benefits him to have signed that earlier deal than to wait that extra year in multiple ways. So let's stop that narrative about Brunson
Well,
sacrifice.
Wiz, I'll
Stop
be
that.
honest. I don't believe that.
What you
I
mean?
don't
No.
believe
What
that.
you mean? It's a fact.
No,
If he had signed a
I
five
know what
year,
you're saying, but I don't believe what he's feeding us as fans and the press. I
oh,
I know. I believe that the bottom line is, hey, I'm here. I want my guys here. My father's here. I'll take this pay cut. You'll bless me later. I think this is just he's giving you the PR thing or giving us the PR thing. Hey,
no, but
injury. I could get hurt, and this I took this money because no.
no. I think it's both could be true.
Yeah.
Both are true. I think he did want to protect his family because he guaranteed money was right there to sign right away. But signing that 1 year earlier for the 5 years means it's 10 year hits on the point it
Oh yeah.
expires
Bigger.
to
It's a
give him
bigger. Yeah.
400.
100. That's
So
what I believe. Yes, 100%.
and he also gave the opportunity for him to sign his guys as well. But I think the two biggest points was protect his family by signing a contract and not end up like a Boston Isaiah Thomas and end up getting hurt pre-free agency and then end up with a red max contract instead of extra 100 million. That could have happened. It's
Right.
possible.
But
And
Wiz,
so
the bottom line is whether or not there's more to the story, if he has an ulterior motive because he knows it's going to increase his time, which will allow him to get paid even more money, or the fact that he still got paid a good amount of money even though he took it early. Either way, nobody's doing it. So it's still something to look at and
no.
say he's doing it because nobody else is doing it.
Actually, Randall did it. Randall took a pay cut.
I know, but that's a Nick. I'm talking
There.
about around the league. Like
Okay, I know.
Brand ain't doing
Okay,
it. Like, you know
but
what I
I don't
mean?
want to hear a pay cut. He didn't take a pay cut. He took a max salary, but took it earlier than he could have gotten a bigger max. So don't say pay cut, but he signed earlier to allow them to have more
Right.
flexibility,
I
not
mean,
a
if you don't
pay
want to
cut.
say, yeah, if you don't want to say pay cut, that's fine. But the
That's what I
bottom
really
line is
okay.
all of
Pay
these things
cut.
are all of these things are extensions, right? These guys are
Right,
still under contract. So all of this stuff is done early. These guys
right.
could not sign any extensions, just wait till their contract is up. And either the Knicks have to, go to war with some other team and sign them back, or they can decide to go somewhere else.
If he
So
was healthy,
it's all favorable. It's all
okay.
favorable.
But
I
if
hear
it
you though.
was
I agree.
okay,
I hear what
so
you're saying though.
so that's like narratives to be accurate, not this one that makes him a superhero. And because he's a New York Knicks, he's a catcher of the New York Knicks. His dad's got a contract that can pay him as well, and he's in New York City, obviously as the capital of the world, and he's with his best buddy to do his podcast, his roommate's podcast. I mean, there's so many benefits to him signing early that it's not really like I sacrificed so much by signing early, especially when 10 year come up and he's going to get 200 million extra that he would have had gotten 1 year later than he's going to get if he does get a max on the 10 year. But anyway, I'm just want to say Brunson superstar. I'm saying superstar Hall of Famer, and yet still not the ideal plays maker that we need in this current situation to maximize the talents of all the players around him because occasionally selfishness cause us to lose opportunities for victories. And yes, the players around him don't always perform at the level they should perform, and that needs to be changed and addressed as well. And his coach is not maximizing his squad and his rotations and his playmaking, all the stuff that defense is not being done like it should have been with it's pretty much the same squad we had last year, and definitely cut that laughter and smiling after the game with other opponents, especially when you get beat down or someone's trying to hurt your player. That's my take.
I
I'm
hear you.
just
I hear
I'm
you.
not getting mad now, Ron. I'm in Miami. So I went to my town to South Beach down here, and now I'm getting mad. I
Ain't
should be
nobody
like,
trying to hear from you, Wiz. First off, you go from the hot climate, always rubbing it in our face. Now you in Miami. Nobody want to hear from you, really, Wiz. I'm doing this as a courtesy.
it's only 85 degrees here too, man. It's only 85, but it's humid. It's a humid 85.
Only 85. Okay, I hear you. No
That is
problem.
humid.
We
It's
getting snow
humidity.
tomorrow, Wiz. Listen. I'm done. All right. So before I move on and get around to everybody for your final thoughts, once again, I want to say I appreciate you. Today was a very another interesting show. Good stuff. Good stuff. We had a lot going on today. Good conversation. Good back and forth. A little overlap, but we okay. We'll get through it. But I did want to say that. Oh man. Another thing to think about when it comes to Brunson and this whole thing is right this year, for example, we're really looking at Jalen Brunson as to how he's helping this team or hurting the team, right? But I just want to say, prior to this year, were we looking at Brunson that way last year? Up until we got to the point of that Indiana series, did we look at Brunson in a negative light? If anything, all we saw was Brunson stepped up his game, averaging 30-plus points and 8 assists in the playoff. He averaged 7 assists for the regular season. He was averaging 8 assists in the playoffs. And for the most part, he was playing great basketball throughout the regular season and into the playoffs. The year before that, where we didn't have enough, we had a lot of injuries and we struggled. Brunson had a phenomenal year. Brunson played incredible in the playoffs, and to the point where then he wound up getting hurt, right? And then it was over. We knew it was almost over anyway because OG got hurt first, and then we were like, uh-oh. And then Brunson got hurt, and then it was like a wrap, right? But until that point, nobody was looking at how Brunson was playing. Nobody was looking at how it was affecting other teammates. Brunson was fine. What I'm trying to say to you is I think that while I agree that Karl Anthony Towns is the second best player on this team, and some nights he should be the first best player, but the bottom line is we need him to win. I don't know if the Knicks got it right when they brought him here. Okay, that's a different conversation. But I do think that when you say that Brunson has to, get these guys, has to share the ball with them and get them in good positions to score, I agree. All I'm saying is I don't know. First off, none of us even knew that Karl Anthony Towns was going to be a Knick. They were talking about it behind the scenes all this time. We were all surprised when that happened. I don't know if that was the right move. Okay, I think we're looking at the team itself for what's going on with the new offense and defense and all this stuff, but I don't know if our exuberance for wanting to beat Boston and having a team like them might have been the mistake. That might have been the mistake. Maybe we should have went into it. Hey, let's make sure we round out this roster with the best possible players that can give us exactly what we need to contend and win, rather than matching Boston. That's where I'm going. Creating a team that can match Boston. And now we see that when you make a team that can match one team, it's not the right answer because Boston's not even the team to worry about these days. There's so many other teams that are a problem. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. I know it's probably been said somewhere else too, but it's a reality. When we created this team to beat Boston, maybe that was a mistake. Okay, let me let me move on to all my peoples here. Hold on one second. Let me get this off the screen. Wiz just went. Reese.
Yeah. Yeah. So I want to respond to this one thing that Wiz said. He said, "Why did I bring up Magic Johnson?" Because y'all making it seem like Brunson has to up his game so much to be such a facilitator that he has to be Magic. In order to play with a guy like Mikal Bridges, who can't create his own shot, who's stiff like a doorknob, OG Anunoby, who has the worst footwork I've ever seen other than Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns, who is clumsy as hell, In order to be a better facilitator on a team like this and get guys open like y'all say, he has to be Magic Johnson. Because that's basically what you're asking him to be is Magic Johnson. And you can't be Magic Johnson and Allen Iverson. You got to pick one of the two. You can't be both. He's not Superman, okay? He's passing the ball, and these guys are missing shots. That's all there is to it. And Mike Brown has an offense that is not tailored to everybody's game. That's what the problem is. It's not Brunson not passing the ball. Brunson's passing the ball. He's passing the ball. They're just not making a shot, okay? And when you don't make shots, he's not going to have confidence in you. He's going to want to score 40 points a game, and he knows my supporting cast is not going to lift the heavy load. He doesn't trust them. He doesn't trust them. I don't blame him. I do not blame him. He does not trust them. Okay? Brunson is doing his job. Everybody else has to pick up the slack. That's what the problem is. Everybody else got to pick up the slack. They're not living up to expectations. Mikal Bridges is looking like a bust. We spent all those first-round picks on a role player. He's not living up to his expectations. Karl Anthony Towns is looking like, I don't know what the hell Karl Anthony Towns is looking like these days. He does not look like an all-star. Put it that way. He's not looking like an all-star. He shouldn't even got selected to the all-star team. I don't know how the hell he got selected. And Mike Brown, bro, if you don't change your ways, I want him gone on the first thing smoking tomorrow if he doesn't change his ways. And another guy that we failed to mention, the offensive coordinator, what's his name? Gent? He got to be fired.
Chris
Gent got to be fired. He's not doing his job because this offense does not look good. Go ahead, y'all can take it over.
Well,
I'm tired of ranting.
Look, I know you. I hear what you're saying, but look, before I move on to the next person, I got to be that guy. Even with everything that's going on, what we're dealing with, the Knicks are still the third best offense in the NBA. Not in the East, in the NBA, guys. So I get what we're going through. I know what's happening, but it's happening against Detroit. Prior to this, we're not that far removed from an 8-game win streak and winning 10 out of 12, before the All-Star break. I just throwing that out there. The Knicks are still the third best offense in the NBA. With all of this being said, so I'm just putting it out there that we are looking bad against a particular team, which is messing us up and it's upsetting us because it's going to be one of our teams that we might have to face in the playoffs. And we still haven't faced some of these other teams like Houston tonight, which is a whole nother story. We're going to see what this turns into. All I'm trying to say is the Knicks need to do a better job of being the team that they've been this year. I don't want us to look like we're not the team. And even what I said about Cat, I'm saying it about Cat because what I'm trying to say is maybe Cat wasn't the right fit for this team. Maybe a offensive stretch big. We might have been better served. And I know y'all might be like, what? I'm telling you right now, we might have been better off if we went and got Miles Turner. Because Miles Turner can play defense, he can block shots, and he can knock down the three and stretch the floor. We might have been better off getting a Jaren Jackson Jr., a guy. The thing about him, here's the problem with both of those guys. They don't rebound the ball well, but at least they both play defense. And for this Knicks team that struggles with defense from the top levels, from height-wise outside of Mitchell Robinson, I don't want to diss OG, but you know what I mean? Like tall bigs that play defense. We don't have a lot of that. Huck Porty's coming along, but you guys know he's a work in progress. So I'm just saying for this Knicks team, knowing that one of our best players in the lineup is undersized and not a great defender, we probably needed a big who was going to be a more solid defender than Cat. That's what I think the team makeup should have been. I'm not going against Cat. I think Cat is great. I just don't know if Cat was the perfect fit for this team, bringing him in at that point. That's it. Let me move on to... I'm going to go Jay. Are you with us? Oh, maybe Jay stepped away. I know he was doing some stuff. He was salting, getting ready for the snow tomorrow. I'll come back to Jay. All right, Latoria.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead. Talk your talk. Your final thought.
I don't have I don't want to say I don't have nothing because I have side. I didn't have any. I didn't care that we lost the game, and I know that's not going to sit well with a bunch of people because I don't care about Detroit, and I don't say that in the sense that I get there to bet they're a great team. They play great defense. I'm not scared of them.
Hmm.
I think they're a team in first place that is steadily looking over. I don't. They beat us 3 times, and they're still looking over their shoulder at us.
Hmm.
I don't even. They're convinced that they can beat us in a 7-game series. I still don't think they think that. I'm super excited about the rest of the season because I think they'll figure it out. I don't like Mike Brown, so I think they're going to figure it out in spite of him. But I think this team is talented enough to figure it out and win a whole bunch of games going forward. I don't see a slump. I actually see a nice look. I don't think it's going to be like an 8-9 game streak. I think they'll win 4 or 5 games, maybe drop one, win another 5 or 6 games, maybe drop one. But I think they're going to be okay for the rest of the season. And I'm looking forward to the playoffs because I think they have another level that we've already seen.
Hmm.
We've seen them play at a high level already this season. We've seen it. We saw it during the cup run. So it's not like we don't know that this team could step it up when they need to because we've already seen it. I'm just hoping that they realize they have it and they can get back to it.
Hmm.
So
No, that's
that's
fair.
where I'm at with this
That's
team.
fair.
I'm not looking at particular matchups like, oh, can they beat Houston? Oh, can they beat OKC? I just want this team to find itself. That's what I'm excited about. Seeing if they could put it all together. Because I feel like the pieces that they picked up were necessary pieces. They picked up Sohan, they picked up Alvarado, and I think those were necessary pieces. I'm just looking to see how it all comes together. So while everybody crashes out over individual games, I'm not doing it. I just want to see how we finish out the season and how we start our playoff. Because we all know we're going to, barring major catastrophe, we'll be in the playoffs.
Right. Right.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. Just watching the team come together. Because we picked up some new pieces, so now we got to see how they use them. I'm still don't understand why he didn't use Sohan more in this game, but I don't know. I'm checked out on Mike Brown. I'm just all the way checked out. I
I
know I missed a lot of the show. I'm sure y'all talked about that in
we,
depth,
we,
but
we did we did, but
I'm like
I,
totally checked. Like I'm screaming at the television. Like, are you kidding me? Like I didn't care. I don't care if we lose to Detroit, right? Because I look at it like last season. We beat 0 good teams. Like every team that they was like, oh, this is a statement game. The Knicks have to win. We lost them all. And still had a great run in the playoffs. So I'm not worried about. I just want to see how it comes together. And not for nothing, Leon looked so mad during that game. I thought he was gonna fire Mike Brown right there. Like they kept panning the camera to him. I'm like, he looked like he gonna fire him today. I mean, I'll do the job for free. I'll do it. I'll take it for free. If anybody got Leon number, I will take that job for free. You ain't gotta pay me.
I hear
I
you.
get them boys in shape.
I hear you.
But that's it. I'm just looking forward to the season, the rest of the season, and watching it unfold because I still see great things. This team has the potential to win it all. This is not a bet. Like for as much as you look at it, you go and I listen to reason. These guys can't do. Mikal Bridges. If I hear one more thing about them picks, Mikal Bridges didn't ask them to send them picks to Jersey. Like it ain't his fault they sent 5 picks there for him. He's a Knick. And at the end of the day, Mikal Bridges is not. Mikal will give you big moments. He's not gonna give you 10 games where he's playing great, but he's gonna give you that moment that's gonna win you that game. A la the Boston series. Okay, so we could stall it out on Mikal for a little while. We know OG is gonna go into his little slump, then he gonna come back. He gonna look like the best defensive player. He gonna be knocking down every shot you put in front of him. We'll get our OG back. Same with Mitch. Mitch had a horrible game against Detroit, but we all know Mitchell Robinson is capable of better basketball. Like I'm just looking forward to seeing these guys finally click.
Uh, I agree. I agree. We got to get back to what works, what makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't necessarily. Again, I'm not a Mike Brown fan because I feel like for as much as you could say that maybe Carl Anthony Towns wasn't the right fit for this team when they went and got him, fine, but he's here, and we watched it work last season, right? It's not like we didn't see it. He played great basketball for the Knicks last season. It's not like we didn't see that. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have won that Detroit series. So let's not pretend that we don't know that Carl Anthony Towns can play good basketball. Like, why would you come here and take that away? Why is that your thing? And then get mad at him when he like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. What is he supposed to do there, sir?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I digress. Hopefully he realizes he was all wrong and he tossed that playbook in the garbage and figure it out. Or they just figure it out on their own. They don't really need him. Once you on the court, you on the court. Just ignore the man and play ball. He don't call no plays anyway. It's all react, right?
Yeah. True.
So react like you want to win. They have so much intensity at the end of the game, right? Like they look like they could win any game. No, they should have played like that for 4 quarters, not one half of a quarter.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tonight and going forward. But I don't expect us to lose very many more games. I don't.
Yeah, I hear you. I just wanted to say real quick before we move on to the last couple people. Jalen Brunson, the last couple years. I just want to bring this up real quick. I'll start with 2023-24 playoffs versus Philadelphia 76ers. He averaged in those 6 games 35 points, 35 and a half, almost 36 points, 4.5 rebounds, and 9 assists. And then the series after, you guys know, game 3, OG got hurt. And then game 6, Brunson got hurt towards the end. He still tried to play in game 7 versus Indiana. He wound up finishing with 29 points, 6 assists, and 2 rebounds. But like I said, he did get hurt. That last game, he only scored 17 points in the 29 minutes. But he had 9 assists.
Did he break his hand?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean that's what happened. It is what it is. But I'm just saying this for a reason. Hold on. Last year, he averaged 31 points, 31.5, 8 assists, 4 rebounds versus Detroit. He then faced Boston, and Boston played a different style of defense, and so he adapted. If you guys remember, he adapted, and other guys were getting involved. McCall had a little bit more to play, a little bit more hand in it, and Cat did as well. He had 26 points. He averaged 26 points in that series. He finished with 7 assists and 3.8 rebounds. And then obviously we played Indiana, where he averaged 30 points, 5.7 assists, and 2.5 rebounds. But the Knicks looked terrible, especially the guards looked terrible. Him, Josh Hart, they've put them in a lot of bad positions. He was averaging 4 turnovers in that series. So just wanted to bring that up because the point is to show that he did in the playoffs what was necessary for us to be in position to win games, even if it meant that, okay, this series, we don't need him to score as much. Other guys need to get involved. He did that versus Boston. I'm just throwing it out there, like saying that he has had the moments where he has done what needs to be done to help the team win. And I expect him to continue to do that going forward. But we do need him to be willing to get his guys involved, even after he turns it on himself. But that has to come from the coach. Like I said, these guys are human, but they're going to be, when you're on a heater, you're going to keep staying on the heater unless someone tells you, the coach says, listen, hey, Jalen, I appreciate you. Try to get, let's move the ball. Let's get Cat involved, or let's get McCall. Let's do some cuts and curls. Find him, right? We will play off of them, and, you'll be the secondary. If they get bottled up, they'll get the ball back to you, and then you make something happen. That comes from the coach, any coach. And we need Mike Brown to start doing that type of stuff. Like I said, I think sometimes when it comes to the situations with these star players, some of these guys just have, they can do what they want. Hey, okay, you get the ball now, let Brunson go to work. It can't be that way. Not if this Knicks team that has a lot of flaws wants to win. We got to do things a little differently. We need help. We got to believe in each other. So that's all I wanted to put out there. Is Jay back?
Well, closing words, you got to let Jay or Nick Nation close, because those are the, people who drop the most knowledge. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine, brother.
So I'm just.
I don't know. Jay may not be here. I don't know what happened.
But we know the goat like Big Nation got to go after me. Can't go be going before me with his great takes.
Well, you
Um,
already gave your take. What you trying to do?
that's not my last
Oh,
final
you got a
words.
last take? Okay, Wiz, go ahead, Wiz.
My final words are goodbye, Ron. Don't dance anymore. Please don't.
Yeah, and also listen. I'm not going to do this whole thing because we got nothing to really look. There's other shows that can do it, and they do it really well. I'm not going to get into this whole preview for today's game against Houston because I don't know what to expect yet. We haven't played them yet, and right now we're coming off a tough loss to the Pistons. I don't need to go into the tail of the tape. I don't want to do none of it, to be honest with you. I just want the Knicks to go out there and play good basketball. That's why I haven't brought it up, and we'll just go on. But
I
whatever.
appreciate that because my take would have been bad about that. So I'm glad you didn't bring it up. You brought my negativity back, and I got to keep enjoying this 85 degrees here in Miami, best as I can. By the way, my VP of the Deuce Hive, Tori B,
I
great
see you,
take as
Paris. I
always.
got you.
Yes, sir. So yeah, so I mean, Tori and I agree that the only true superstar go to this on the Knicks is Deuce McBride. Other than that, everybody is pretty solid. Um, I do want to clarify again because we spoke it up about the Magic comparison.
Oh
I
my God.
I I wanted Brunson to just simply be Brunson with a little bit of what Cole got. I'm talking about a bench player.
That's
A
fair.
little bit of what Cole got. That's all I
Fair.
want. That's a little
That's fair.
bit.
That's
That's
fair.
it. McCall, five picks. We haven't even they haven't even gotten they've got what, two of them so far, if that, who've done nothing. So forget about the five picks because those would have not changed our trajectory right now, except maybe to have gotten Giannis. And we weren't I don't want Giannis. We didn't want Giannis right now. We want to see what this team looks like. So the McCall five picks means nothing because all we need is McCall gonna produce, and that's all we need. If you want to say get somebody else to the McCall for those five picks, that would have been an argument I could consider. By the time the wing stops looked like it was what we needed. And we can't, go back and play Monday morning quarterback and be like, oh, well, maybe McCall wasn't the guy we needed after all. At the time, it looked like OG and McCall wing stops. Then with Mitch and some defense, we were going to be incredible. But now we got Sohan to help out there. And maybe McCall, like I said, will come through at the moments we need him. Although I wish he was more consistent. And there's still, I think, a more psychological thing going on with him as well because he has all the skill set to hit that mid range all the time, that corner three all the time, and he has the ability to drive and do some layups inside. And then his defense was solid enough that we really thought he was going to be a missing link for us to have a great defense. So right now, I think that we have the right pieces in place. I don't see a true weakness in our talent. I just see the weakness in how it's being put together. The ingredients are not going in correctly. I mean, it's almost like when Ron makes his your cake. You put in too much cinnamon, and you're like, no, man, put a little bit less. That's what it's just a mixture, and it can always be a great ingredients, but the wrong amount will ruin it. And that's all we're doing right now. We have all the right ingredients. We're just not applying them correctly. And so I'm gonna be optimistic. I'm so with Tory. I don't see us losing much more the rest of the season. Maybe the next couple of games we're gonna see some adjustments here or there because we got Alvarado and Sohan to get into the game. When Deuce comes back, we gotta bring him in as well, potentially. But I think our playoffs are gonna start off in the right mindset. We're still going to the NBA championship. We're making it through the East, even past Detroit. And I will look at us riding off into the sunset because I want to take a tape parade this year. I've been waiting too long. That's my take. Peace and love. Thanks for having the platform, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Wiz. All right. Well, let me just do this real quick. Let me just I got these super chats I want to get to, but I also wanted to say what's up to JM3 in the building. Appreciate you. Shout out to my guy Cully in the building. What up, Cully? Good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Talking about Houston's very athletic, but they be slacking. I got you. Shout out to Bill Blass in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Vaughn Allen is here, as was mentioned earlier. What up, Vaughn? Good to see you. Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwells in the building. What up? C. Cartagena is here. What up, my guy? Leon Mitchell. I think I said what's up to you before, but hey, what's up once again, Leon? Good to see you. I Gets Muga is in the building. What up? Good to see you. Craig is in the building. What up, Craig? Yeah. Matthew Hurley's in the building. What up, Matthew? And I might have missed some people out there. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank y'all for being here. HRM the Great is in the building. Tay in the building. What up? Thank you guys for being here and rocking with us. This has been, like I said, it's been a good show. Very spirited, very active. Shout out to B-Baller in the building. Yeah, man. So thank you to everybody. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Shout out to my guy, Paris Duggar. You know what it is. Says, maybe I'll cap them now. Nope. Or maybe I'll cap them later. Yep, we want to win, but like a regular season game, the playoffs is when Detroit will see us. Hey, I hear you. Another super chat. Thank you so much. Paris said, newsflash, we're going to need another game to be back to ourselves. Fans got to understand we can't prove anything until the playoffs. That's go time. I mean, with this Knicks team, that's fair. We're starting to kind of remind me of the Miami Heat guys over the last couple of years with Bam, with Jimmy Butler and all their guys. They were terrible in the regular season, and they didn't really turn on until the playoffs happened. I hope we don't get that bad. We're not that bad, but I'm just saying they're starting to give me some remnants of that. And we got one more from Parrish. Said the Exorcist head spin by JB start game 1 April. Yeah, once the playoffs happen, JB locks in and starts to go to another levels. We want to get right before that, because like we were talking about, I mean, this team is trying to work on different things, right? And like I said before, what's the point of having Mike Brown here if we go into the playoffs looking like Tibbs' team? It's the same thing. Like, we have to have whatever Mike Brown's trying to incorporate. Some of that stuff has to happen. Oh, Jay's back. Some of that stuff has to happen, and we need to get that going in order for us to do something and maybe have a longer run in the playoffs, and maybe all the way to the promised land. That's what we can hope for. We'll see. Let me get to Jay's final words, and then Nick Nation will wrap it up, and we'll get up out of here. Knicks game tonight it's after 8 o'clock. I don't know if it's an 8:15 or 8:30 start versus Houston. I think it's 8:30, but look forward to that. And as I always say, 45 minutes to an hour before the game, make sure you check out Knicks Real Talk with Sha and Divine. And so that should be pretty dope. And shout out to my brother at Lawrence Tears, man. We didn't get a chance to rock with you today, but I hope we get you next time around. And we will go from there. Uncle Freezy was in the building. Jay.
Peace. Sorry about the disappearing act.
No, you good, man. A lot going on, brother. Hey, I'm just happy you back so you can get your final words.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, my mother just pulled up on me.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, she pulled up on me, sprayed the house, and I had a duck. No, she pulled up on me and was like, I got salt. Can you put it on my driveway? Can you put it on my walkway? And then I was like, damn, you pulled up on me. And then she just made it so long.
Never safe in the streets, man.
Yeah, word up. No one's safe from my mother. Believe me, you have no idea. Anyway, it takes a lot to breed something like me. So anyway, yes, definitely a shout out to my brother and my partner on the New York Mets Lounge, and where I also do a solo segment with him producing and being part of it as well, called Shay It Loud. Right, with the Shay. So I'm not on no list, but I hope that makes sense to everybody.
I hear you, brother. I feel like every time you bring up the show, you change the name on me, man. Okay,
yeah, I had a different name. I wanted to go with, no doubt. I wanted to go with I have something to say, or let me say something, and then it just kept getting longer and longer. So I said, "Say it loud." We said, and we.
That makes sense. I like it.
Yeah. So, listen. this is a team. It's a unit. Can this team win this division? Let's start there. The way we're playing, it's very hard for me to see that. The way things are at this moment, it's hard for me to see that. I believe they need to regroup, maybe have a second sit down now that there is who's going to be on the roster for the rest of the year here. And maybe somebody needs to sit down with Brown and, and tell them, look, man, we expect this out of you and this out of you and this out of you. And I'm not talking about like a coach, or I'm talking about like Cat and JB, people who hold credence in this thing. I'm trying to think of who else. Maybe Hart's been here long enough. Maybe he could join the crowd. And even though Towns hasn't been here long enough, he is definitely an all-star for a long period. And when he came here, he crashed out last year, went nuts last year. So I just think that we're being grossly undercoached. And they definitely need a second ball handler, a distributor. Even though he gets those 8 assists and 33 points, imagine if he got 3 assists. The other guy got 8 assists. He get 43 points. So anytime that Towns gets 20 points or 22 points, but at least let him get 14 rebounds and a block and stand in front of the man and put 2 hands in the air, not one hand and and about 3 steps behind the guy every single time. And I think there's something Mitch too. Mitch is not the Mitch. I didn't get to that. I hope somebody touched on that part, but the fact is there's a lot of guys who are not looking the same. Mikal might go down as the worst ever. Now I'm gonna say, when I say worst ever, it could be a little emotional, but whatever that was, trade by I think trade, right? Because we had to give him the picks and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So trade. We have wings and things. I don't even think we have wings and things. Give Sohan a full chance. I want to see that brother running 20 minutes a night starting tonight. Right? See what they got. See what they really, really got. They didn't do that to Alvarado. They let him rock. And when he rocked, he rocked. So give this man a chance. Because we need bigger, faster, athletic people.
I just want to say real quick, I did hear somebody said this. I don't know where I heard it. And it did make a little bit of sense that maybe that with Sohan, they took a little bit more time because Alvarado's been playing. And Sohan has kind of been getting DNPs and relegated to the bench. So maybe just being in shape is what they were kind of a little bit concerned about. So maybe that's it.
It could be. I mean, look, he got buried under really good players like Castle, and he got buried under players like all these players. But that man is still averaging almost 12 points and almost 7 rebounds a game from off the bench, right? He might not be doing it like on a consistent basis because they're not calling his name as much as they used to. But he loves to talk. I love the way he talks. He talks trash. He dropped the S-bomb like 5 times in his presser. He came in with the Knicks hair color. He loves to be like, yo, bruv, I'm going to close on you when you come through, bruv. If you come through up here, I'm going to knock you out, bruv. I want to see him. He's that guy. And if we would have left bruv in there last night instead of 9 minutes or 2 nights ago, wherever life is now, I think that I don't know if the whole dynamic changes, but at least give him a shot, especially when we were down by X amount of points. Now is the time to throw him in there. And no business letting OG run more than 10 minutes and starting, period.
We're gonna need everybody tonight. I will say this: we're gonna need everybody tonight because Houston is not only athletic, but they're tall. They got the length and they got bigs. So now you go from when you had an advantage and you didn't capitalize on the advantage to going up against a team where you're disadvantaged. And now, if I know the Knicks are going to come out and play great tonight. and
it's gonna be crazy.
If he plays, I don't know if Mitch is going to play because he just played the day before, and that would be terrible. You mean to tell me that you couldn't even get enough out of Mitch and you won't play? Listen, Mitch better play tonight, or I'm gonna be upset because then I'm like, what was the point of only playing him 19 minutes after having a week of rest? What is the point? So we'll see. But I have a feeling that somehow, some way, the Knicks are going to go back to their normal ways. They're going to have 40-plus rebounds. Whether we win the game or not is a different story. But I could see the Knicks playing well tonight.
And last thing, either way, we need to end up in the top two, right? The top two positions.
Yeah.
Number
top
one,
that's where you want to be.
But we have to be in the top two positions. So we can take 2 losses and take 6 wins, and I'm okay with that. As long as that loss doesn't look incredibly asinine and dysfunctional, and it looks like nobody knows what they're doing. Completely tired of the hands in the pants, smiley stuff, and he should be too. And when he, goes to the replay gang and he hears this, I hope to God that he understands it. That Brown, if you're gonna do something good, we'll clap for you. So come to the replay gang and check it out, man. Because right now we're not only on the ledge, we're ready to throw you off the ledge. So in that, I'm gonna say peace, blessings. Everybody enjoy the game. Like I said, when the Mets season starts up. And I'll be on later on with Blanche Tears. And definitely, I always thank you so much, Ron. And I'm definitely going to stop by over at Knicks Real Talk. For sure. First and foremost. Definitely, I'll be there. So, peace, blessings to everybody. AP, my brother Nick Nation, to everybody that was up here. I'll even say goodbye to Wiz. All right. And, Ron, you're the best. I want to be like you when I grow up. All right.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Salute.
Listen, no matter what, we got it. Look, I know we're being very critical today. A lot of people have a lot of strong opinions about this team and the players and the coach. Bottom line, we need these guys to get it right. Because there's no bringing in another player. There's no bringing in another coach at this point. We need these guys to get it right. So hopefully they can, I don't know if they're listening to us, but hopefully they know what we're talking about and can make those changes because we need them to get right so we can try to have a season to remember going forward. Because, the bottom line is he ain't going nowhere. He's here right now. He might go somewhere later, but this year's with him. So let's hope Mike Brown gets it right. All right, Nick Nation, my brother, take us home.
First of all, I had to fix the mic. I couldn't even get that part to unsilence myself here.
And I apologize. Let me say shout out to Iman in the building, D Grant in the building, Donald Ho in the building. Thank you guys for all coming in. Harrell Williams, thank you for being here. There was another Lion of Judah. Shalom, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And everybody else. L, damn it. I saw you again in the chat. Appreciate you, L. Good to see you. And not last but not least, Glamour Nick's in the building. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. My bad, Nick Nation. Continue, my brother.
It's all good, brother. First of all, let me thank Ron. You know what I mean? This is, knowing the ledge. For having, a steady, stable platform, so it defines our roles where I know where I'm going to be on Saturdays. You know what I mean? Saturday, early morning, afternoon. Hey, boop. I know. Let me check in on my man Ron here and see what's going on with still Knick fans. You know what I mean? So big shout out to you, Ron. You know what I mean? It means a lot. You keep us, a lot of us. Hey, listen, we look forward to these Saturdays. You know what I mean? Might be showing my age a bit, but hey, this was like, that 3:00 karate movie back in the day, you know what I'm saying? On Channel 5. We was all in, you know what I mean? Excited, and you felt good after you came out from watching the 36, Chambers of Shaolin, you know what I mean? Things like that, brother.
Yeah.
you know how we roll.
Brother. Those
exactly. Exactly. The palm fist, all of them bust name movies, you know what I mean? That's what it was.
You know
That's
how many
what
different
Saturdays
Chinese
was about.
stars I had, bro? Oh, anyway, continue. Go ahead.
Exactly. You know what I mean? I come outside, I see my boys, I kick them in the back. Bow, hey! You know what I'm saying?
Word. I lost a lot of friends after those things, man. A lot of friends.
A lot of eyes, a lot of scratches, scars, you name it. We was in.
And
brother.
mother coming over.
You know what I'm saying?
Anymore.
Exactly. Get them out of my house. You know what I mean?
Get 'em out.
You know what I mean? Excellent things like that, Ron. So we definitely appreciate you, brother. 100%. You know what I mean? Big shout out to everybody in the chat that came. You know what I mean? Appreciate you guys always coming by. You know what I mean? We're reading, we understand. You know what I mean? You guys are the big, great, most of the part of the show. You guys are what, you know what I mean? We're listening to your takes and seeing and other things. Much appreciated, especially a big shout out to the ladies, you know, the Latorias, Darlene Bryans, Kim Docs, all of you ladies that come in. Hey, it's not what's name here. We see y'all. We appreciate y'all because we need y'all help to balance out because a lot of times there is too much testosterone sometime in the building. So believe me, ladies, we appreciate you. So make sure y'all keep coming back. And definitely big shout out to Uncle Freezy, definitely a show that I check out often. A lot of times, you know what I mean? It is a late night show a lot of times, but Freezy bounces in day, night, what's name here. If you haven't, you know, gone on Blood Orange Tears, trust me, you should. You know what I mean? He is a guy that has a very creative mind. He is a Knicks historian. So I definitely, I was hoping that he was on the show Saturday. But so Uncle Freezy, I'm a little upset with you that you didn't join Ron's show on that last Saturday. But hey, schedules are and what they are, and they are. Jay's on that show a lot, definitely. So definitely, guys, check them out. He'll definitely get you right in your head to different looks and understandings of how, you know, things work in basketball, point blank period. Definitely, guys, check out the KRT show. Those guys will get you right. Divine will have you hyped so much that, yo, you'll run through your flat screen, but, yo, I think I could dunk too. You know what I'm saying? I want to be down. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? Awesome. That awesome was things. But I, you know, as far as my final take, in a sense, I do kind of want to shift back to what Ron was saying earlier, and I want to tag off a little bit of that. Leon Rose built this thing, you know what I mean? You know, our owner paid for it, but Leon built it in that sense. And to be honest with you, you know, the shifts that we've gone through, we have to look at it in this way. Tibbs also built this animal with him. So as we went step by step by step, then, you know what I mean? A lot of times he was able to push the right triggers. He didn't get us to the final point of, you know what I mean, where we wanted to be, but he got us very close. Now, with that being said, I think that Brown was set up for failure in ways as well. And the reason why I'm going to say Brown was set up for failure in ways, and he didn't have maybe the necessary skills to advance us in certain ways. You know what I mean? Not that the season is over yet, because the season's not over yet. But the issue then becomes is that, hey, Brown, you come in, get us a championship. That doesn't work that way. And we know that. Because now is if I'm implementing my system and I don't have, just as Parcells said it back in the day, if I'm cooking this, what's name here, I need to have my ingredients. Let's just say right now, at the end of this season, I don't think no matter which way it goes, I think that, hey, Cat and him, I don't think they can coexist. That's just my honest opinion. I don't think that Mikhail may even be here. I don't think that these guys coexist. We are 70% into the season. Am I correct, right, Ron? Mm-hmm. 70% into the season. Mm-hmm. And if 70% into the season, you don't know your defined role, if you don't know your defined roles at 70% of the season, yeah, that is a huge red flag, and we all know it. We all know that there's a problem. Forget the numbers. I'm throwing out the analytical numbers, throw all of that out. It is what our eye test can see. Our eye test can see that these guys don't match. I don't think that Brown respects Cat. And I think Cat is in a position where he is being political about certain things and trying to, you know what I mean, not as far as forwardly come out and say things like that. I don't think that's Mikhail's way either. But I think behind the scenes that this is an understanding that, hey, more than likely at the end of this season, these guys will be moved and somebody else will be here. We have too many flaws in our system and the way that we're set up for this system. So either Mike Brown goes and we keep some of these guys, or, you know what I mean, and bring somebody in that can really, you know, bring out the best of them. But at this stage, at 70%, where he's at a point where you could just see these guys are getting turned around and they're lost. They're lost on too many key principles on defense and on offense. I myself, as me, my thought pattern of this is, I don't see that us being able to hit a switch in the playoffs where these certain ugly things, where we see these heads that are being reared, for us to come back from them. I just don't think that will happen. Not in this year. I think it's too much pressure for Mike Brown. I think he's under a lot of pressure. Once he leaves a game, he comes out. He has to talk to these reporters. He can tell us everything right then and there, but then during the point of the game, if you can't address it and fix it at those given times, that's a problem. So for us, I think that we will win a lot of games. I think that we will begin to look a lot better. But will this ugliness rear its head in the playoffs again? I believe so. I believe when the competition gets really stiff and really tight, that all of a sudden that flag will pop up again. If he can't correct these things in these next 20 games, you know what I mean, and really, really, really get guys comfortable of where they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to be doing, I don't see that as a recipe for winning. I don't see that, you know what I mean? Because everybody says, oh, what we did last year in the playoffs. We had something to bounce and kick our feet off from last year in those playoffs. We had points of where we knew to the core points of our systems of what to do. Do we know that now? Can anybody please come on and tell me and say, yes, definitively, these guys know what they're doing. Definitively, we have an anchor point on defense. Definitively, we know that, hey, when things squeeze down, this is how we can get Brunson open. There's times where Brunson, hey, we want to talk about his footwork. His footwork is great, but why does he have to work still so hard? That's what this offense was supposed to be built around, was making these guys movement where they had freer shots and were able to get downhill or able to get into these areas with these 3 points, and they were going to have these open looks. But we run none of those principles, and Mike Brown right now either doesn't have the cachet or strength to push it forward. He says that, hey, when's the last time we've gotten that ball across the half with 20 seconds or 21 seconds? That was supposed to be a stable point of his offense in getting there, where these guys were blitzing down, you know what I mean, was supposed to be speedsters. That was supposed to why he liked Shambit and a few of these other guys. Why? Because they could get to those corners quickly, which forces the defense to shift and do certain things, or where it forces to shift where you couldn't double on Brunson. But right now, Brunson's getting doubled at times. There's, you know what I mean? And I still don't see a guy open because a guy is still shielded behind guys. So I still don't see that. We know exactly where Cat's going to be. Is that what we brought Brown here for? We didn't bring him here for that. So right now, I think that Brown is riding on the fence of a system that where he's turning around and he has to now turn and look and say, hey, is that okay up in the office? You know what I mean? Where Tibbs was totally against that. Where Tibbs was saying, you know what I mean, was like, hey, I can collaborate once that player is here and that player is under my thumbnail, not where I'm reporting back uphill to say, hey, this is what's going on and this is what's in here. And they brought somebody in who they knew would agree with that. Was it greater for this team? I'm not sure. Right now, I'm going to give that an incomplete. Was it great for them up in the office? I'm sure, because they wanted more collaboration, which I get. But certain points of it is where I think that collaboration goes up into a point where you say, hey, I'm asking for a player. Once that player is here, hey, everything else, shut the door. He now belongs to me. He now comes under my tutelage, and this is where we go forward. But that turning around, and I think that where he's riding the fence, I don't agree with that principal points of that at all, because I just as anybody else, Once I'm in and I'm the mechanic on the job or whatever it is, I'm the manager on the job, I'm the supervisor on the job. Here, let's run this. And this is the way I run it because this is the way I see it. But I think he's got an answer on both sides. To me, you can't serve two masters. And I think that at this point where it is he's trying to serve two masters. He doesn't have the suaveness, the cachet of it. He doesn't have the background of this place, like not understanding right off the bat, New Yorkers, we don't like that. We're not going to pull for you if you're sitting over here hugging Draymond Green, hugging Bickerstaff when the game is over. We're not going to hone in for that. We're not a forgiving Knicks nation where we're saying all across the board, oh yeah, no, that's fine. Oh yeah, that's your boy. Oh yeah. Yeah. You do that behind the stage. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to meet for dinner? Y'all want to what's name here? You know what I mean? A quick, yo, my man. I'll see you. What's name? We'll talk later. All right. And the face is stoic. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, Ron. I'll see you later, bro. We'll meet up. You know what I mean? What's up? Peace. All right, cool. You know what I mean? You know, mad love for you, but you got to know that you're in front of an audience. And in front of that audience, way it appears is that, hey, you're good with this. That's how it appears to us. So as far as emotional fans and how we are, yeah, we're going to be aggravated. We're not going to be, you know what I mean, appreciative of that. So that's my what's name on this. And as far as tonight, hey, let's see what we can do on defense. I give two less about how our offense looks. If our defensive principles are still the same and, you know, I just don't think that that's a winning formula. We did try to create a team of a 5-out spread. So then at those points you try to say, hey, oh yeah, defense takes a bit of a back step. But we don't have the skilled players to really truly say at times that, you know what I mean, that we're going to do that 5-out and guys that can then create that ball, dribble and get downhill. We don't truly have that. So we got to work off of motion action. We got to work off a lot of other things. I don't see that with Brown and them. I don't see that out of this offensive coordinator, period. And definitely, I don't see any really great defense. With that being said, hey, big shout out to everybody here in this chat who stuck with us for all these hours. Much appreciated. You know, this was a very interesting show. And hey, make sure y'all hit that like, subscribe, and hey, make sure you check out my man Ron every time he's posting, brother, because I'm on it.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I want to say thank you once again to everybody. The chat was incredible today. I couldn't read everything, but I try to watch the replay and stuff that I missed. I try to go back and check it out and see what y'all talking about. So want to say thank you to everybody once again. For those I might have missed, that might have joined the chat, I thank you for being here. Please smash the like button on your way out if you haven't already done so. It definitely helps us. We're trying to grow. And so, everything helps, man. And also I want to say thank you to all my guests today that joined the panel. First off, shout out to Detroit, Hollywood, Detroit, if you will. Got to give him some credit for, like I said, being here and, stepping up to be on the panel and saying what he had to say. Was very respectful of everything, and I got to respect that. So shout out to them and their Detroit Nation. It is what it is, man. Y'all deserve how y'all feeling right now. Excuse me. And until something changes, I would say enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride. Keep doing your thing. Shout out to everybody that joined the chat. The panel today. Nick Nation, Wiz, Reese, appreciate y'all. Obviously Jay Chosen, Latoria, appreciate you. Shout out to my man Uncle Freezy, who we didn't have a chance to hear from and get on the chat, but he was backstage a couple times, but he had to go. So shout out to my brother. Hopefully we can do something soon, and I'll have him, be a part of the show or vice versa. Also, I want to shout out. I feel like there's somebody I'm missing.
LV?
LV, thank you. Shout out to LV, first time popping up over here. Thank you, LV, and please check out his show. Obviously, you guys, if you on YouTube content, you know who LV is, man. He does a great job. So definitely show him some love, man. Yeah, it was a really good show. Very, very spirited. very good conversation and very good talks. We just gotta kind of work together. Like I said, there's a platform that everybody can use to get their points across. We just got to be respectful of each other so we can all understand where we're coming from, because we don't really know what to say if we don't know what we're listening to. So we got to continue to be mindful of that. Thank you to Nick Nation for saying his words and kind of helping to bring us back into motion as to how we normally like to move here. I definitely appreciate that. Shout out to all the super chats and all the people who definitely contributed to the show. Thank you guys as always. And last but not least, I want to say thank you, for continuing to understand that this is a process. It's not an overnight thing. It's going to take some time. But we can't lose sight of the big picture. No matter what happens, the good, the bad, the ups, the downs, all of that's happening, what we've seen and witnessed from these Detroit games, all of that, we are still Knicks fans. Okay, let's not forget that, man. I want to say thank you to you guys once again. Be good out there, and if you can't be good at it. You know what I like to say. Take care of yourselves. Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish for Know the Ledge, or on Monday nights for the SKF weekly recap. How we go over the past week's games for the Knicks and talk about other things that have been happening with myself and my brother John, Jose on the ones and twos, holding us down whenever he can. So I just want to say thank you guys for always continuing to support us. Like I said, please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. I'm going to continue to figure out what's going on with X, see if I can get my original account back. But in the meantime, it's double duty. So I will probably be following people more and more as I go. The problem when you have a new account is that X doesn't allow you to follow too many people. You can follow like 15, 16 people, then it cuts you off because it thinks you're spamming, follows. So yeah, it's going to take me a long time to get back to 1,700. So, but I will try unless they do me a solid and give me back my old account. It would be great. But either way, man, I just want to say thank you to everybody continuing to stick in there with me and stick in there with still Knicks fans. Appreciate you guys, and we'll catch you on the next one tonight, 8:30, Houston Rockets. Hopefully the Knicks come out and do the damn thing like we expect them to. It's going to be tough. Young, athletic team with a lot of height. So we'll see. We'll go from there, man. But anyway, thank you once again, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day, and let's go Knicks. Let's get this victory. I'm out. Peace.